last second. Good morning, everybody. Be food for a couple days there. I would like the snow to pass before we get any deep combat going here. So in the meantime, I think I'll get a little bit of stuff cleaned up here. Did I leave this connected? No. Okay. Yeah. Yes, more or less. We'll see. I haven't gotten back to the frustrating stuff yet, so I don't have a solid answer to that yet. We'll see how I feel once I get up to the once I get back to the checkpoint. Let's put it that way. Doing all right this morning though. Me too. Me too. I think today's going to be a good day. But we'll have to find out. Hey, good morning. We are getting warmed up today. It's a cold one, it seems. Well below freezing outside, I believe. Yeah. These should be ice buckets out here, but we got buckets of water. We can now go into Hoover mode. Alright, we'll start with tools. This corner right here, so that'll be at the top of this stack. Do tools, tool weapons, and material weapons. Almost got this whole place cleaned up. Good morning, man. How's it going? We are just getting a nice, slow, easy start this morning. We've got a lot of work to do today. Lots of work to do today. Oh dear. Where did I leave my satchel? I may have left it at the combat zone. It's okay. We'll be driving up there later. Tomorrow morning in game, we'll be driving up there. Here we go. Main floor is clean. Just the main floor. There's other places. Get to it. No, there is a roof over this area. It's just whatever mechanic it is that they introduced to allow snow to fall on top of things. It doesn't consider whether the thing is indoors or not. Just typical Zomboid things. It's a very new mechanic. I don't even think it was in the game just a couple of builds ago. Tools go at the top in the stack. Tool weapons, second from top. Except now it's full. We'll move the bolt cutters are always an extremely bulky thing to try to fill your boxes with. Money well spent. Which ice cream? Nice. I believe it. All right. A little bit of contrast there. We may have to sleep 3 times tonight. We ended up getting tired at about 1,300 hours because our sleep schedule was so messed up from the previous night. Worse things have happened. So I'll go ahead and go to sleep now. Oh, we did get cold. Extracting those. But I'm still not wearing the hoodie. Yeah. I remember now. The hoodie got left back. Hoodie got left behind too. Hey there, good morning. the stuff that I'm actually going to immediately, or like, you know, be using in the short term for actual functional purposes, as opposed to just getting it off the floor and getting it out of the way. That's what the shelves are for, versus the crates. Anything metalworking related, electrical related, construction related, we'll start putting in the shelves. And the reason I do that is because I can actually see that there's stuff on the shelves. So when it comes time to close up shop here, we know what we need to remove and take with us. Both these torches could use a refill. You probably should be holding on to the dug rods at all times. We'll put those back into the Corvette. Anything not food related should finally come out of here. Food, I guess. Food and cooking. See if I can't sleep. I don't know if I'll be able to. And she'll get cold again. Or maybe not. Good. So I'm going to try to sleep a third time, if at all possible. I know I'm not going to have fatigue for it right away. It may take a little bit of time for me to build up fatigue. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be at, like, I don't know, 24, 25 fatigue right now. Theoretically, I could drink a coffee and I would use every bit of it, but we'll see. Non-essential and low pride will go start from the right side here. It's too early to tell if we're going to have good weather today or not. If we were going to have bad weather, like fog, fog would start showing up around 7 a.m. if we were going to have fog. So, we do still have a little bit of time before we have to, or before we can even tell whether the weather's going to be good or not. Not tired enough to sleep, so I may just roll back to main base now that we've got everything sorted out here. Roll back to main base, grab, we could use some more cooking ingredients here. Check the generators, get everything topped up. New windshield for the ambulance. I'm already tired of looking at that cracked windshield. So we'll take the ambulance back. The ambulance probably has room for more ammo now. I mean, we mag dumped a lot of ammo last time. Let's also get rid of the books we've already read. Top it up with some books we haven't read, perhaps. Now, if the windshield on the ambulance is damaged, that tells me it probably needs some new headlights too. Let's take a look. Yeah, well, one of them. The left headlight seems to have taken a bit. As soon as it falls out of the 90s, you'll notice a rather substantial difference in the amount of headlight you get, or the distance the distance the light travels. Fall off is pretty sharp. So we found a pair of coveralls here, and I actually wanted to hold on to those. Because if I wanted to do a load of laundry, I could. But I would need to have something to wear because it's very, very cold. So if I wanted to, like, you know, take all of my my battle clothes and get them in, put them in a wash cycle, we can't just, you know, run around in our undies right now. Not in this weather. Not even indoors. Too cold. I don't want a girl getting sick. So from a programming perspective for this game, complicated, because one of the things that they would have to do is change it from 2D to 3D. Right now, these shelves are all 2D. They're textures. That would have to be subverted. Like what makes the most sense to me is that they would change it from 2D to 3D. What they do, so this game does an interesting thing with 2D and 3D. This zombie over here that I killed when I was first opening this place up, this zombie is a 2D texture. It is a, like, JPEG of a 3D model. So when we killed the zombie, when it entered its final resting place, it went from a 3D model to a JPEG. If I were to grab its corpse, it would go the other way around. Look at that. It just turned from a JPEG to a 3D model again. So I'm going to drag this guy outside because I don't like having corpses on my base. I should have gotten rid of him a while ago. This guy actually did me a favor. He came inside and annoyed me, and I went outside and realized the fog had gone. Today we had the opposite effect. He made me go outside and I realized we got fog rolling in. Whatever. I'm not particularly happy about that. Fog, if you're not familiar, it's no shooty gas. But yeah, because there's that swap between 2D and 3D. That's what they'd probably want to do over here. Because most objects, most items, have a 3D model. The ones that don't, there's fewer that don't than do, I think. So you would just want to make it so that there are, like, designated hard points on the sprite that would start populating with 3D models randomly of what you put in the container. That's what I would do from a programmatic perspective, but that's also going to be costly because you got rooms that are just full of those shelves, and the more 3D objects on screen, the less this game handles it well. So lots of things to think about there from a programming perspective. Alright, so we are going back to main base. We're going to get a new windshield and some better cooking ingredients, hopefully. So, I do really enjoy some of the touches here with the winter effects. I have nothing bad to say about the icicles and the snow on the whatchamacallit, on the streetlights. They just need to, before the change shows up, before the winterizing change. Before that shows up, it should do an indoor check. That's all it should do. Early game armor tips. Your speed is your armor. Do not rely on armor ever in this game. Your speed is your armor. Just stay away from the zombies. Don't let them touch you. I know that sounds a little bit like you know, that probably even comes across as elitist, and I'm sorry if it does, but the whole point of armor in this game is to be a fallback. And if you're relying on fallbacks, you've already made a mistake. You don't want to rely on fallbacks. Now, what you can do, though, so as you can see, I do have quote unquote armor. It's protection layers that basically all I'm wearing is clothes with leather strips on them. How do I get those leather strips to a point where they can produce these pretty green numbers that are actually solid protection levels? Tailoring level 10. So if you're really obsessed with just trying to give yourself a maximum protection levels without, and I can't recommend hard enough, rely on your speed more than anything. But if you want to have better fallback, then you could be a tailor, and you can pick tailor as your profession. You can get skill level bonuses to tailoring, and get your tailoring to level 10, and then sew leather strips on all your clothes, and then that. So what I'm building right now, what my character is built for, is maximum mobility, with maximum fallback protection potential. So the military jacket and 4 layers of shirts, all of them with leather strips. Those do not affect my attack speed. Minimal effect on my movement speed. But yeah, that's what I'm building for, and I think that's the best way to go about it. Armor slows you down, makes you harder to. It reduces your weapon attack speed, and it makes you uncomfortable. Now, the discomfort mechanic has recently been changed, so I actually that's one of the reasons I'm not taking a hardline stance on this. The discomfort mechanic. For all of B42 thus far, since armor was added officially, the discomfort mechanic would raise unhappiness. And unhappiness would do things like reduce the speed with which you switch weapons. A lot of people just see your character getting depressed, you know, they see the sad moodle up there, and they're like, oh, I'll just ignore that. Don't. It reduces the speed with which you transfer items, the speed with which you reload guns, the speed with which you switch weapons, all that really important stuff that you can be easily overlooked. No, any clothes will take. Almost any clothes. So what you need to do to make sure that the clothes can take leather strips is just right-click on it and hit inspect. So for example, this is a crop top that I literally started with. I think this is the crop top I started with. We might have gotten a hole in that one. But yeah, so this is the crop top. This could have been a crop top I started with. You right-click on it and hit inspect, and it will show you whether you can put patches on it or not. Like for example, we got this cheetah print bra. If I right-click on it and I hit inspect, there is no inspect. So that's not a platform that I can put leather strips on. But now this is, we're getting into the weeds. Your character has a lot of slots in terms of clothing slots. I'm not even wearing one of my clothing slots right now. I'm not even wearing it. There is a hoodie slot that I normally don't wear that I've actually been complaining about because she's been getting cold a little bit lately. So I could be wearing another layer. But right now I'm wearing a t-shirt, a Hawaiian shirt, medical scrubs, and a crop top. Those are my 4 like underlayers. And then there's the outer layer, the military jacket. Military jacket is more or less best in slot. The military jacket without any strips that provides 30% bite and 50% scratch to the entire upper body, so that's great. Hands will always be a weak point. Hands will never get to 100% both. Actually, I was looking through my screenshots the other day, and I actually found... I took some screenshots. I have to scroll back to this real quick, but I want to... If we're going to talk about armor, I have some relevant stuff I can show. Pictures, screenshots... Some of my screenshots are not safe for work, so I can't show all of them. This was a while ago, though. Yeah. Parry this, you fucking casual. So yes, you can be the Black Knight in Project Zomboid. You can get these protection levels. We can actually do better than this. We can do better. We can get 100% on the thighs and shin. But what these numbers are, these numbers show if you're just wearing the armor. This is the Black Knight armor. This is the the full kit of blacksmithing like level 10 armor. I made this a long time ago. I think this was Annie. I made this. Yeah, every single one of those sport-based wearables, I would go as far as to call those a trap. I would call them a trap because the trade-offs to putting them on are so significant that I personally would never wear them, with one exception. We're actually carrying around one right now, the ice hockey neck guard, and I just wear that because it matches my kit. It's black. I could make one of these. I could make a bone choker and get the same effect. But basically, all it is 100% neck protection at the cost of rather significant discomfort, which is why we're not wearing it right now. Discomfort does edge away at your stress. And I was saying that before, discomfort used to edge away at your happiness. Now it just edges away at your stress levels, and, I mean, I still don't want her to be getting stressed. Stress affects your firearm, your ability to shoot. The new aiming system, lots of weird things affect your ability to shoot. First and foremost is this fucking fog. Look at how big this crosshair is. That's all because of the fog. See, if I go indoors, look at how tight the crosshair gets. That's because there's no fog. I hate fog so much. That's why I call it no shooty juice or no shooty gas. Because we just can't fucking shoot. But the same effect happens where your crosshair gets wider and wider if you get more and more stress. Which is just another thing working against you if you're wearing armor all the time. But yeah. I was considering doing a load of laundry, but I can't actually do that here. I don't have laundry infrastructure configured at this base. More or less, we were just coming back here to get the a new windshield, but what else? I already forgot. I started nerding out about armor. Yeah, it does look cool. It really does look cool. Yes, you can. So actually, I can just show you what I did for that for this base. This is a multi-story building right here, and B42 plumbing doesn't, at least last couple times I tried, it doesn't work very well with multi-story plumbing. So what I did was plumbing works with a 3x3 tile above any water fixture. So this sink right here, we moved it to on this back wall. And then we went to the second floor with a sledgehammer, and we busted out the wall directly above the sink, and we put 3 rain barrels directly next to the back wall. So this rain barrel in the center, this tile right here, where I'm standing right now, or where I would be standing, this tile is directly above the sink. So I could put rain barrels in a 3x3 grid above that in any one of these tiles. But the only exposed tiles are these 3 out here, which is enough for a simple sink water cache. Just don't use it to wash all your clothes or something. You'll annihilate your water supply really quickly. If I wanted to wash all my clothes without having to use cached water, I would probably just go down to the river. Even though that's not the best idea right now, because I would probably get freezing. Super, super freezing. Why am I still carrying around this paint? Scatterbrand this morning. This is one of the reasons I haven't started combat yet. I need to wake up more. B Delta here has my repair kit. I was going to repair these coveralls so I can do some laundry with those. We're also going to, cigarillos. We're going to take the cigarillos. So, there's several ways to reduce stress in this game. Smoking is one of them. We tried cigarettes, and it's actually pretty weak, but I think cigarillos are better. I don't know if they got broken again, though. We'll have to find out. Anyway, needle, thread, and then I think indoors we have some... We should have some rags in here. No rags? No rags? I could make some rags. These are clothes I found in the building. They're perfect. So this is a privilege you get when you are level 8 tailoring. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's level 8 tailoring. You can start patching holes and fully restore clothing that have holes in them. So if you do find a zombie wearing clothes that you find visually interesting, but they're full of holes to the point of even being broken, you can take it off the zombie and set it aside until you get to level 8 tailoring. I do that a lot early game. So these coveralls, which actually coveralls are really useful for wearing while you're doing laundry. So I actually do like having a pair of those on hand. And look at that, we are back to 100% condition on the coveralls. So we'll hold on to that and leave some of these rags somewhere where I can see them. Not much of this thread left. Oh, I was gonna get the spices, right? We're gonna bring up the spices. Actually, we don't need all of them. I need to keep like a large amount in the correct place and then a small amount in my forward bases. So we'll just take some thyme and oregano. That will make our that'll make what we're cooking a little bit nicer. Yeah. We've also got fresh garlic. Probably way more than what's in here. But it does go bad relatively fast if you take it out of the freezer. So we take it straight out of the freezer and put it into the fridge. Yeah, lemongrass technically counts. We have not been forced to use the ginseng tea yet. So I've just been holding on to that. Ginseng tea, if you make a tea beverage, and add ginseng to it, ginseng can be found from foraging. Ginseng tea is the only way to instantly restore stamina in this game. So if you get the debuff, the winded debuff. Oh, where the hell did my face go? Did Zomboid do the thing again? No, it didn't do the thing. I can't even blame Zomboid for this. This is just a Windows thing. Every once in a while, my script for making a window stay on top just doesn't work. Alright. We've got spices. We've got clothing so that we can do a laundry run. The nearest laundry infrastructure is the gas station base. The other one. We'll go down there. We did need a new windshield for the I don't know if I have one here. If I do, it will be in the south lot here. These are all sports car parts. Right, we were also going to load up the ambulance. I almost forgot. So this trailer right here contains ammo of the calibers, the active calibers that I'm using. 357 for the revolver. 12 gauge for the shotgun, currently in my backpack because it's heavy. 762 for the rifle. We have not been able to do much long distance shooting. I have an idea for long distance shooting. I expressed it briefly during last stream, but we might actually execute it this stream depending on circumstances. But now we've got another carton of 357, another carton of 12 gauge, and yet unopened carton of 762. We don't need 9mm cartons, even though I'm actively using 9mm, because whatchamacallit, we're using a bit of an exploit here. We've got about 30 magazines of 9mm, and when a 9mm magazine is loaded, it doesn't change weight. So we're maliciously abusing that. So yeah, we didn't actually have any spare windshields here, but that's okay. I actually have a lot still at the combat site, because I had the foresight to peel them off of the throwaway vehicles that I used for the kill corridor. So there's actually a bunch of windshields just laying on the floor up there. We'll just swap them up when we get back up there. I was going to check the generators at the main base, but I'm going to do that after we do our laundry run here. Are you fucking kidding me? Where'd all these guys come from? It's a lot of zombies on my road. Unfortunately, it looks like the fog does not plan on going away by noon. And we're going to have to retake our gas station base again. This will be the 4th time I've liberated this place. Spawns and migrations, man. You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Alright, I'm doing this. The bodies are still freaking... This is the last big respawn I had to kill down here. But I guess those didn't count because they were in a different spot. Come on. Oh, great, you triggered combat music. Thanks, guys. How am I fucking... Into the pile. Gotta do a full perimeter check if we're gonna be firing up the generator. Alright. Out of range of the generator. Of course it is. Tedious. Very tedious. Should have probably known that that would happen if I decided to put the laundry infrastructure all the way at the back end of the base. Okay, the washer's in range, but the dryer isn't. You're telling me I can't have my generator flush with the wall. Truly cursed. I really should. Perfect. All right. We're not going to be here too long, but any of the perishables in my backpack would just be wasting their freshness if I didn't put them in the fridge. Alright, so armor from the backpack. And then anything except for bags and weapons that is dirty and or bloody. And that's where the coveralls come in. Typically, whenever I put together laundry infrastructure, I will leave a pair of boots behind. But, not in this place. Don't always find a spare pair of boots everywhere I go. I'm just going to hold off on washing my weapons. I will wash myself, but I'll go upstairs and use one of the side barrels for that. If you do still get cold, body heat always helps. You can fire up your body heat generation by running in circles. Elbow pads are always the dirtiest that I always get. So as soon as my elbow pads and knee pads are no longer dirty / bloody, that's how I know that the washer is done. Do some burpees. If that did not require me to take off all of my gear, I would. But yeah, that would be another way to definitely be another way to get the body heat generation going. How do you pronounce that? Is it burpees, like B-U-R-P-A-Y? Or is it like B-U-R... Is it actually burpee, like B-U-R-P-E-E? Yeah, no, Richard, I screamed about this. I really did. When the devs added drying racks for the first time, and I realized that drying racks depended on the temperature of the environment, I cannot describe with words how frustrated I got, because I know this game does not have options to heat an environment except for the stupidest options ever. And the stupidest options ever are build a campfire or build a stove. That's it. That's it. We have electricity. We have generators. And the only thing this game can think to do is make us build a fire. Now, don't get me wrong, fires, yes, obviously, if you have no other choice, build a fire, you'll stay warm. If you have a generator, there are so many things you can do to keep yourself warm. I think I told this story before. You can quite literally you can take a lamp, pull the lampshade off, yank the little, just the bulb screw hole out with the power cord, just yank all that part out, basically gut the lamp so that it's just a power cord connected to a incandescent light bulb connector, and plug that in to your power source, and just put a light bulb in your sleeping bag and turn the light on. Obviously keep the sleeping bag closed so the light doesn't bother you, but incandescent bulbs are space heaters that happen to give off light. If you need to warm yourself up with electricity, there are so many options you can do with it, that you could do it with. Like, if I were to just put like 6 incandescent bulbs, or just incandescent lights in this room, it should raise the average temperature by a little bit. Not that much, I mean, especially not for windows. But I mean, assuming the room actually has windows and insulation, just running a bunch of incandescent bulbs will actually warm it up a little bit, depending on the size of the room. But I mean, it's just absurd that the only thing that this game has for us to do is to build a fucking fire. That is absurd. And I'm not mad that they're adding more interesting things that rely on room temperature, like drying racks. But why do we not... Okay, look at this out here. Look at this out here. Look at this. See these AC units out here? Why can't I do anything with those? Why are those not hooked up to my generator? There's also a bunch of zombies down there. I'd rather not fight them without shoes. But yeah, I've given my spiel on those. Let's fast forward a little bit, see if we can't get this too. There we go. Still a little bit wet. That's fine. So the military helmet, that's just decorative. Riding helmet, ice hockey neck guard, half mask respirator, bone fingerless gauntlets. Those are a part of my heavy armor. I only wear those when I'm in like really hardcore combat. You'll see those come back on when we go to the military checkpoint later. In the meantime, all this stuff is just standard kit. Alright, let's retake my gas station for the 566th time. You know what? I don't feel like getting dirty again. I just got clean. So I'm going to shoot all these guys. Why? These guys are going to get the honor of being ended by my shotgun. Because it's actually the most convenient weapon to use right now. Or no, actually. 9mm. Guns will prevent you from getting bloody as long as you're not too close to your target. The irony being, we have to be a little bit close to our target because of the fucking fog. Fog has absolutely annihilated our long-distance shooting right now. I'm not just using guns because I don't want to get dirty. It's also because we recently found Aiming 5 and Reddit, and therefore we are getting 8 times as much experience for every bullet we shoot. So there was a big group down here. I think we got rid of them all. If there were any stragglers, they probably would be attracted by the generator noise here. Okay, we're good. We have all-day fog today, by the way. It's 1600 hours and we still have fog. That is a truly cursed state of affairs. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the other way home. This road that I'm on right here will actually take me over a river, and then I can take Bear Camp to get home. And when we pass over the river, I'll wash the rest of myself. We got weapons and bags to wash. Those don't require me to take off my gear, so I don't have to worry about getting cold. I kind of wish there was a menu option to wash all armor. so that whatchamacallit, like elbow pads, knee pads, that kind of stuff. Those are the things that get dirtiest and therefore use the most water to wash. So if I was going to a water source, it'd be incredibly convenient to just wash my armor, save my useful water for other things. While we drive, since we're going to be driving slow, let's open that carton of 357 that we picked up. And we're going to open up 3 of those boxes. So that's 150 Magnum rounds. Put those straight in my backpack, and the remaining boxes, we'll hold 2 boxes on hand, and the remaining boxes into the trunk. I mean, since I have fog for the rest of the day, and I'm already fatigued, I'm feeling like I might just go ahead and, I don't know, build some stuff. There's literally nothing productive I can accomplish at the military checkpoint right now. Not when everything is bathed in fog right now. I don't even want to go up there, because you see, the moment I go up there, we're gonna have Zeds all over the place, and not being able to tell exactly where they've moved. If there are pockets in the forest up there, it's just a shit show. I need visibility. I'm not fucking around with that place without visibility. So we're just gonna hang out elsewhere for now. It's not like fog means I'm combat ineffective, right? I still got melee. I can still point blank them with ranged, but it's the principle of the thing. Now that I have revolver ammo again. On my 6. We're getting close enough to the gas station base that or the I need a better name for it. I'm gonna call it the rest stop base. The rest stop base, because these guys would be liable to eventually be pulled by my generator, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, these guys would eventually be pulled by my generator. Anyone else? Fog is finally clearing up. All that shit I was just talking about, the not going up to the checkpoint while I can't see. Well, now I can see. Now I'm also fatigued. we have a dearth of coffee to work with. I might just brew up a half a cup, or I mean brew up a cup and then drink half. And then I can at least roll up to the checkpoint, survey it, and see what's going on up there and be combat effective. Yeah, I might do that. Okay. Need a new bullet of coffee because the one we've been using. You know what? We actually need to make more coffee while we're here. Like, actually, like, we used up a lot of it, if not all of it. What did I do? Oh, I left my mugs. Okay. So that coffee I just got out is actually going to come with me because we do have a coffee machine at the warehouse base. So that means I only have one spare mug right now. So we'll use that to make our, the cup of coffee I was talking about. But then that's all we're going to make at the moment. We will take the materials to make more. That sounds like a lot of effort. I would definitely want to only do that if I was long out of range of the alarm clock so I didn't have to hear them. That sounds like it would be incredibly annoying for anybody who had to hear them. What I was just talking about, it's actually no problem. Because I was afraid that I ran out of mugs, but Past Me did feature me a favor and stockpiled a bunch of spare mugs in the spare coffee container. So we actually don't have to worry about any of that. We can remake our coffee now. So if anybody's not familiar, I typically carry around lots of coffee, like 2 cups full of really good coffee. And in order to make coffee, quote-unquote, really good, I've got to put all that stuff in it. And all that stuff is actually pretty heavy to carry around. So I don't. I just leave it at my fallback bases like this one, where I've got the largest stockpiles of supplies. And near the end of last stream, I demonstrated why it's necessary to have coffee with all this crap in it. The unhappiness reduction is actually really important when you're in sustained, prolonged combat. Unhappiness has a way of creeping up on you, and if you let it get bad, then you will get slower, and getting slower means you might die. I don't like being slow. Before we leave, we are topping up the generators. Yep. Threw it 3 months ago and carry it around with you. Wow. Holy crap, this one got down to 32. So the other one was only at 96, so the other one was just not losing. Yeah, that didn't even fill it up. Wasn't planning on using the taxi as a fuel reservoir, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Nope, don't disconnect. Turn on, please. I'm just gonna get ahead of the fact that this one is also, there's not enough in the can. Did y'all see that out of gas sign just appear? I was talking to some people on Steam about that earlier. For some reason, when gas stations get power, so like you connect the generator, you turn it on, a pump may appear, a pump that did not have power previously, that didn't have any gas, may just generate a sign randomly. I've only seen that in the latest build. Alright. All generators topped up. We are good to go. I might take a few pumpkins. Pumpkins were in the other one, weren't they? One pumpkin works. So I'm not even going to go all the way to the checkpoint. I'm just going to go to where I dropped the nearest set of glass work, which should be right up here on the right, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. How about up here on this side? Yeah, here we are. Some glass work on the floor. The fact that I don't see zombies out here in this particular area, I'm already happy about it. Oh, this is standard. This is standard. I need heavy duty. Is this heavy duty? Standard again. Well, looks like we're getting close after all. Did y'all see the glow? Did you see the glow? I don't know if it's ever going to go away. So, some zombies have appeared outside of the containment zone, as I predicted. But I'm actually surprised there's not that many that... Yeah, not many have escaped containment. Cool. Our lights have burned out. That's not unexpected at all. We left some battery-powered lights on because going in there and turning them off was too much effort. I swear that I left some glass work here. But we're going to have to be quiet about this. I don't want to lure too many of them to be going in this way direction. There's my kit. Hey, we got a ghillie suit guy here. We already have a full ghillie suit back at Riverside, and unfortunately this is not something that we can patch with, we cannot patch it up with tailoring. There's our hoodie. This fucking thing. So the zombies that are inside that kill zone there with the rest of the corpses, they literally can't get out. But I think the game doesn't know that when we are outside of this area. So like when I'm outside of this area, when I leave this area, some of these zombies will wander. And that wandering will allow them to move straight through cars. So this wall of cars here that I've got put together, it only remains effective while I'm here. But, as we can see, only like 3 zombies, I think, escaped containment that way. So it's not that big of a deal. I was afraid that I would come back here, and we'd just have big old pods of zombies outside of the containment zone. So everything went better than expected. Except for the fact that I didn't find any glasswork. That is unfortunate. Because again, all this stuff we just looked at, that's all standard. We need heavy duty. We do have enough time to go check the other lot. There is another lot down here. We may have to fight for it. But at the very least, it's close to our base. Yeah, here we go. Here's a van right here with a nice, clean-looking head. Whatchamacallit? Clean-looking windshield. Already stole its. Already stole his battery. This is the one that we used as a donor battery. When we get back to the workshop base, the warehouse base rather, I'm going to also repair the hood and the rear door. Hopefully the weather's good tomorrow, because I really do want to get back up there and kill the rest of those zombies in the containment zone. And then there were a few zombies with military backpacks. I've got enough forced camo military backpacks for the rest of my life. I've got like literally over a dozen of them. But I saw a few with desert camo, and we actually don't have anywhere near as many desert camo military backpacks, because a lot of the other military places we've hit never spawned desert camo. Only the Brandenburg military checkpoint that we hit like early on, that's the only one that I recall that like regularly spawned desert camo, and we only came home with like 2, if that. Like, I'm sure we came home with at least 1, but I don't even know if we got more than 1. But I actually know that there's at least 3 zombies that we shot the other day with desert camo backpacks, and they at least 2 of them are still like didn't get burned up right there when I made that really stupid mistake. Stupid mistake. I never should have thrown that fucking bomb. I should have known better. See, I used a bomb based on knowledge of previous bombing encounters where fire bombs would go straight through wire fences. Our aerosol bomb did not go right through the fence at the military checkpoint. So the devs made the fence attackable by zombies, and we can shoot through it like any other wire fence. But unlike other wire fences, we cannot set a bomb on one side and have the explosion of that bomb translate through to the other side. Doesn't work. At least it didn't seem to. Yeah, it did not seem to. So I don't know what to say about that. That's just not I can't say that I'm surprised. I definitely can't say that. Just put a garbage bag here for stuff that I don't need to be carrying around, but should be going back to base in that general direction. My armor, honestly, can be going back to... back to where it should be, which is the passenger seat of the ambulance. It's usually where I keep my armor. So there's actually more armor that I could have been wearing. I could have been wearing thigh guards. I might wear those tomorrow. TBA. Just holding on to a remote controller. I don't need that anymore. We're not going to be doing any more aerosol bombs. Probably not for the rest of the checkpoint. It's just not worth it. Aerosol bombs are now more or less just reserved for times where I have a massive, wide-open parking lot, and I do not care about any of the potential loot on any of the zombies. And neither of those are the case right now. Oh. Both mask and torch do not belong to the field kit. Okay. Okay, that's everything organized. Yeah, we're prepped for tomorrow. I'm gonna laugh really hard if we get another full day of fog tomorrow. We have had so many full days of fog, it's not even been funny. I'm gonna open this carton of shotgun shells now, get ahead of it, and carry 2 with me. Put the rest back. I feel like I should mention this whenever I get the chance. The weight of a carton of ammo is equal to 10 boxes of that ammo. However, a carton is 12, right? So by packing 12 boxes of ammo into a carton, you are basically carrying around 2 extra boxes for free. So if you are really tight on space, like I am in my ambulance, whenever you open a carton, putting 10 back and then taking 2 with you is, that'll keep your ratios solid if you're looking to transport lots of ammo at once, which is what I always want to do. We are going to need it. We're going to need it. Do we have food for tomorrow? We do not even have food for... No, we do have food for today. Okay. Oh, that's uncooked. Haha, I almost ate that. I almost ate that. Okay. Looks like... she'll be fine for tonight. She'll be fine for tonight. We need to keep our sleep schedule up. She can go to bed right now. And, we'll give her a foodstuffs overnight. It is December 23rd. We're gonna be, Louisville for Christmas, boys. Louisville for Christmas. I just smashed the pumpkin. And that turned it into chunks so that we can use the pumpkin up in smaller amounts. Alright, so we got an 80 roast and a 40 fry. 80 roast we've already started eating a little bit, so we've got more than enough food for... That's like a day and a half of food right there. Here's hoping that our sleep schedule is going to be alright for today. We will carry around that half coffee. So if we do get tired just a little bit early, we'll annihilate that fatigue immediately. So I don't yet know if it's going to rain or anything today. I do want to say that we're okay on fog. If we were going to have fog today, I feel like it would have shown up by now, at least a little bit. So what I'm going to do before we leave, I left my sledgehammer on the floor in the middle of the checkpoint. That's okay. We have multiple sledgehammers here. I don't want to use this red one too often, but it's okay to use it once in a while. We're going to just set up a couple rain barrels. Top of the stairs. Switch. We can't delete that wall, so this wall right here. Actually, as silly as this feels, it makes most sense to delete the window wall there. Wait a minute, hang on. 1, 2, and then 3. 1, 2, and then 3. Yeah. So if I wanted to put a sink downstairs, it would have to be right okay. So yeah, the window wall right here is the most sensible to delete. Should still have plenty of planks left over to build some rain barrels. Garbage bags, we have 4 on us, but we should also have... Oh, great, it's snowing. Snow is not that bad if it's light snow. If it's light snow, our shooting is fine. But if this turns into a snowstorm or a blizzard, we're in a bad spot. What are we at for planks? We should have... I've got 3 over here. All of the stuff that we found here, and the amount of rope was rather limited. Plenty of nails. Nails are not the problem. Ah, garbage bags. We left them over here. Okay, so we've got 14 garbage bags on a person. That's 3 rain barrels right there. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And I recently learned through experimentation, trial and error, we recently learned that the when you're building rain barrels, after the one directly over the water source is not available, whether it's empty or not even built, after that, it goes counterclockwise. So for a 3x3 grid, it starts up here and then goes doot 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 doot. That's how it uses the rain barrels up. At least I am about 80% sure that's how it does it. So what that means is all this water that we captured from previous days in the buckets, we just dump those into the one that is farthest to the top here. The ratio is 2 logs equals 1 rain barrel, and we are trying to build 3. And we have 1 log's worth of spare planks back at base already. So we can build 2 rain barrels right now. Get 2 more logs. We're also going to need planks to put on the floor. So let's get 3 more logs, actually. I should keep in mind I do actually have some worn planks. I put them in separate containers. I did recently try something that felt innovative at the time but didn't actually work out. I tried using a water trough, like the animal feeding trough, the water trough. I tried using that as a water source for plumbing, and it did not work. We cannot use the plumbing system with animal troughs at the moment, even though they are something that could capture 150 liters of water rather quickly. But that does not mean that you can't use troughs for anything. What I ended up doing with that one is just using it as a way to wash myself. Because they do fill up, it feels like they fill up a lot faster than rain barrels. Not 100% sure on that. I don't even know if using these worn planks will be any detriment to us. I'm pretty sure for building rain barrels doesn't cause any problems. Hey, how's it going? Good morning, good morning. I'm hearing the wind, and that is sounding like we may have a snowstorm today. I'm not going to let that stop me. I am going to finish what we started here, and we're going to hit the checkpoint regardless of the snow. Interesting that the walls have decided not to... I can't see my character now. I don't know what's going on there. But I know what we need to do. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Why does it show me that I can build that anywhere? We actually have enough planks left over, we could build a door too. Just need a handle and knobs. Normally I dislike these wooden doors when I could do metal doors. I'm over it. Over it. I don't have to look at this very often. Oh, there is still some crap on the floor up here. No big deal. Like I said, I don't have to look at things up here, so it's not that big of a deal to me. Oh, I never reloaded my 9mm. Bad habits. Bad habits. Alright, so that's an empty magazine to put away. For anybody joining, welcome. We are getting started here. We are about to head out to the military checkpoint. And I think we're in good order here. We are just topping up my spare magazines here. We need 3 M9 magazines back into my Alice kit. And then we have 4 in my backpack. I like to have, if I'm going to do a big combat situation, I like to have 3 in the Alice kit and then 6 in the backpack. So total of 9 reloads plus the one that's in the thing. So we've got a total of 10. It's 150 bullets. Theoretically, that should be enough for quite a few things. 126 357 Magnum rounds, 2 spare boxes to make that 226. 12 gauge shells, 142 loose, and another 50 in boxes. Shotgun is on our back. We are stage 2 overloaded if we have the shotgun on our back. If it's in our hands, we are no longer stage 2 overloaded. So if the shotgun is in our hands, we can run around and not be draining stamina at a ridiculous rate. Let me go ahead and get the sink installed now that we have the water infrastructure for it. It would be loath of me to waste 10 good liters of water. So we do have a spare paint can that's empty. I can just fill that right up. Now, we're getting hot, and that's because of this hide hoodie. I don't normally wear a hoodie, which is why I didn't have it before when I needed it. So what I should be doing is just taking that off when I'm running around and not in combat. Thunder snow? Are you serious? Okay. Okay. How's our aiming? That's worse than it was this morning. All right. So we've got thunder snow. Yeah. Okay. So be it. Can't carry around as one of those no matter how much I want to. That's alright. So our designated spot for the sink is going to be here. Now what I'm going to do is just take all the water we've captured from these free buckets that we left on the floor outside. We're just going to take all that, toss it straight into the nearest rain barrel at the top. Rain barrels do actually fill up slowly from snow. There's a part of me that's hoping I won't ever need to use all this water, because that is a lot of water. So if I actually need to use all that, that means I'm going to be here way longer than I was hoping to be. But who knows? This place is right next to the checkpoint, so it does always have strategic value, even if it is not an immediate value. See, now here's a problem so there's the snow itself is reducing the ability of reducing our aim quality a little bit. But now we have stage 2 wind. If you look at the, you see the moodle there? It was there a moment ago, but it was stage 2 wind. And what that means is that further reduces our ability to shoot. Magic sinks. 100%. The funniest part about all this is by putting all these empty buckets on one tile, they'll all still fill up. And what that will do is that will limit break the amount of encumbrance that can be on a single tile. We'll end up with like 130 encumbrance on a single tile, which it should normally be limited to 50. But then all we got to do is go up here and pick up the paint cans and empty them again. There's another 130 liters easily. Last thing, of course, is to actually plummet, which we should be able to do. We should have plenty of, at least one pipe wrench here, thankfully. This pickaxe that we found here. Pickaxes are rare enough that I don't want to forget that that's here. I'm going to leave that on the floor. So for comparison, thanks to all those buckets that we dumped in there, this actually has more water available to it now than my other base does, which the other base I built literally weeks ago. So that's fun. I'm going to be real with you guys. I don't want to go shooting in this weather now. Now that we've got stage 2 wind. Let's just see what... Look at that reticle. That's... Okay, that's not as bad as fog. It's still a lot worse than it could be. We need a target to line up on. Do you have any vehicles out here? There's an intact window, isn't there? Yeah, so windows count as a target. It's a little close for the shotgun. The shotgun has a 2-time scope on it, so this particular shotgun is actually more effective to use at a distance like this. That is a really wide crosshair, boys. Remember, the wider the crosshair is, the higher your chances are to miss, or hit the zombie and do no damage. And what that means is, it just doesn't feel like a good idea to go up to the checkpoint and use guns right now. Oh, look at that. Great. It is exactly freezing, and it instantly turned to rain. Okay. Well, at least that's going to wash away all the snow. That's not a bad thing. So all the snow that somehow magically got indoors, that'll all get washed away. That's cool. Hey, good morning. So we were supposed to be headed to the military checkpoint this morning, but the storm said otherwise. So we went from being slowed up by fog to being slowed up by a snowstorm that has now become a rainstorm. The apocalypse has strange ways of messing with you. So now that we've loaded up M9 mags, we've actually pulled about half of them out of here. That's kind of wild to consider. And I wish I could say we put them all to good use, but I can't even say that because we were doing a lot of very inefficient shots yesterday. For anybody who was here yesterday evening, sorry about that. I got a little heated yesterday evening because the situation just kept getting worse and worse. So that's one of the reasons I'm hesitant to just rush in there, even when the weather is even slightly against us. I would sooner just stay around here and mess with my base a little bit. I love the extended 3D placement system. This is one of the best things that the devs have added to this game. Imagine some Java game from 2013 having more fun design options than The Sims. Yeah, I love it. I'm a big fan of these hospital beds. For anybody watching, if you are not familiar, why I like hospital beds so much, they are slightly smaller than regular beds, but they provide good sleeping quality, sleeping comfort, good with pillow. So the size of these beds, if I were to pick it up, each half would only weigh 15. Being as I am organized, my military backpacks have a total storage size of 36. So 15 plus 15, that's 30. That means I can literally carry an entire bed around in a backpack. That's why this military backpack is kind of staying with the bed. When I go to collapse this bed and move it forward to a different base, that military backpack will be what I carry it in. So, fun stuff. Little efficient things that make our transferals from different places a little bit more interesting. And there is the rain having washed away all of the snow. Let's check. Let's double check and see if our aiming got any better now that it's snow or rain instead of snow. Actually, that's tighter. That is actually tighter. It's probably because of the wind. Actually, it's probably because of the wind because you guys no longer hear the wind, right? So that is, yeah. I think we're going. I think we're going for it. I'm at least going to go up there and survey the situation. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with going up there and taking a look. We will leave the Corvette for now. The Corvette is sort of like a more efficient towing vehicle, and I don't think we need to do any towing right now. And if we just need to do a little bit of towing, the ambulance can handle it. And look at that. You see how there's a bunch of them on the other side of that, barricade now? They shouldn't be there. There should be no way for them to get there. But, like I said this before, zombie pathing does not care about barricades made with cars if you are not in the area. So that's fine. We'll go over there. We'll kill them. I'm gonna armor up completely here. So with all of my heavy armor on, our full body protection is 50% or above on the entire body, and it's closer to 70% and above with the exception of head and groin, which are both really hard to. They're both really difficult to protect without taking severe discomfort and or movement speed penalties. For example, I could get 100% groin protection if I wore like an athletic cup. If I wanted to have my discomfort skyrocket and also have a massive movement speed penalty. And I prefer not to have that. Now our forearms are only 80% bite. I could bring that straight to 100% if I wore the hoodie. But since the temperature is above freezing, wearing the hoodie is not going to be a good idea yet. I'll just put the hoodie on when it gets colder later. So I'll carry it around until then. Alright, let's have a bite to eat. It will be the last chance to eat for a little while because we need to keep the mask on. And here we go. Oh yeah, we got a good crosshair, boys. That's tight. We are good to go. Now the gate is technically closed. And by gate, I mean this particular truck with the light bar, the burn truck with the light bar here. That truck actually should make it impossible for the zombies to get to us, as you can see. That does not go both ways. We can get to them. We can get to them because the zombies can't get into a seat and then exit from the other side. But what I actually want is I want the zombies to be able to get to me. As counterintuitive as that might sound, the whole point of this strange construction that we have here, the whole point of that... Actually, I realized I never have a screenshot of it. There we go. The whole point of this construction is to force the zombies to go down this corridor where we can get many tight multi-kills with the shotgun. And in order to make them go down that corridor, we have to move this, and I just call it the gate. We have to move the gate out of the way here. The moment this thing gets moved, that one is going to flip over. So I need to be ready for this. I'm not close enough. And here we go. They are now capable of reaching me. It looks like they didn't get the memo. I'm okay with that. They'll get the memo soon. We're going to go ahead and shut the ambulance off. But we still, I'm gonna follow my granddad's advice. My granddad taught everybody in my family, park for a quick getaway. Oi, where are you going? Here to the center? Yeah. Okay, so as you guys can see, you can see in the corner there. In the corner there, they are attacking the fences. That is new. These fences at the Louisville military checkpoint used to not be attackable, which would mean that instead of getting stuck in that fucking corner, the zombies would go through the hole that I sledgehammered in the gate, like that one just did right there. They would just wander through that hole, because that would be the only way to get to me. Now, those fucking idiots in the corner there get stuck slapping the fence. And now there are ways of getting around that. What I need to do is line of sight myself so that I cannot be seen by the zombies slapping the fence, using this little wall that I built here specifically for that purpose. Just a single wall. I can't see them, they can't see me. I probably don't have enough time, though. Sufficient amount of time in that state, and they would stop slapping the fence and possibly, emphasis on possibly start moving towards the most recent sound they heard, which would mean they would leave and come out here and play with the rest of us. It's a roll of the dice, though. Plenty of them seem to just love that corner. So I had a thought about this situation with some of my bullets getting eaten here. It's actually because I left tires on the cars. You see this guy right here? See him still moving? I can't shoot him. I'm not getting a red crosshair. But what if I do this? No? He's just moving for no reason. Because ragdolls seem to have problems when there's this many corpses. So I don't know what to tell you about that. All I know is the worst part about this is this guy right here. Look in the top right corner of the screen where my moodles are. I'm going to turn around, then I'm going to turn back. Hang on, I can move farther away. Now I'm going to turn back. Look at that. I got scared. Why did I get scared? Because the game doesn't consider this guy dead 100%. He's still kind of, I guess for the purposes of panic, he's considered alive. My character gets panicked when she sees a zombie close for the first time nearby. So anytime I turn around now, I get panicked for basically no fucking reason. Because the ragdoll system is just fucking unstable. I mean, you know, almost as if I'm playing an unstable build, right? But this has been a problem for a very long time since ragdolls were added. Zombies don't die right. That's alright. I'm not that mad about it. It's just one of many things working against me right now. And that, on top of many other factors, is what made this such a miserable experience the other night. But, we're doing alright. We're doing alright. I figured out a few tactics to deal with the one slapping the fence. The optimal place to kill them is going to be between the red car and the blue step van there. That is that's the tightest spot. That is where they will be. That is where they'll be grouped up the most. But the closer I get to that spot, the closer I get to the fence slappers, and the closer that I get to the fence slappers, the higher chance is that I get stressed out. So we've got a lot of trade-offs right now. If I had to rebuild this corridor from scratch, I would definitely have put the tightest spot a lot further away from the fences. That was a mistake. See, pretty much the moment we pass our floodlights there, the moment we pass our floodlights there is the moment we start, even though we can't hear them yet, that will be the moment we start taking stress from being too close to the fence slappers. I shouldn't have to think about this at all, the stupid fucking fence slappers. They should either break the fence or realize there's a way around it. They should not get stuck for this long, slapping the same spot, and nothing happens. See, I don't care if they attack the fence. Just make it so they actually can fucking break it. Do you guys see any broken fences? No, there's no broken fence. Okay, there's this one tile right here. That one tile right there, yes, I destroyed that. The zombies have not destroyed a single fence tile. It's like, you make the fences attackable, but then they never fucking break. What's the point of that? It just seems like a punishment for being near a fence at all. And I hate to say it, but that actually does kind of sound like something the Indie Stone would do. Remember, we have to be miserable all the time. And in Build 41, fences were something that players really enjoyed. People would think about basing opportunities based on how close things were to a fence. The Indie Stone took that personally. How dare we feel safe somewhere? Now, not only can zombies attack the fences, but if they start attacking the fences, we get stressed out. It almost feels personal. It's probably not. They're probably just incompetent. Hanlon's razor is blunt, bloody, and broken right now. Oh, yeah, see, by the way, there it is. There's the stress. But I actually can't rule out that stress that may be our armor. We are extremely uncomfortable. So that may actually be... I can't tell where the stress is coming from. I can't tell if we're too close to the fence slappers, or if it's just the armor. So, I don't know. We also just got fatigued. Spare battery, we're going to reactivate these lights. Wait a minute. I did turn them off. Did I? No. Empty battery removed. New battery add. There we go. Okay. We got one light up. Okay, yeah, we're too close to the stress. Yeah, that's it. We were too close to the fence slappers. So we are now stressed to oblivion. Our capability to aim is shot to shit. Now, I'm going to deal with the fatigue. We do have an Instafix for that. I'm going to drink some... we have a half coffee. I'm going to drink that. Where is my half coffee? What did I do with my half coffee? Did I really forget it? I made that shit. Why didn't I? Okay. I'll drink one of my good coffees then. Because we probably need it. It's a little early, but yeah. One incoming. Now, the stress, there's a solution to it that sometimes will work really good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to run around here. And I'm going to shoot. I'm just going to do a big shoot at the ones closest to the fence here. If I get enough multi-kills... Look at that. That erased a bunch of stress. Now I just gotta back up so it doesn't build up again. Getting a multi-kill with the shotgun is actually a pretty fast ticket to getting rid of stress. So basically I do a hit and run on the ones clustered by the fence. Come on, dude. Come on and flip through this busted fence for me. Alright, rain has turned to snow. This means the water on the floor is going to be here forever. Alright, clear behind the gap. Do any of these cars have a radio left? I extracted most of them. Radios are a decent source of batteries. If you're in a pinch and you could use another battery. Like I could now for the other flood lamp. Hey, look at that, a radio. It's fast incoming, let's deal with him now. Okay. There's another slow, but we don't need to worry about him yet. Just face the correct direction and dismantle. Battery acquired. Into the lamp it goes. This lamp is a little superfluous. Our own flashlight is probably a little bit better than it, but I'll take what I can get at this point. Now, this is, you can see, prime example of where the zombie corpse camouflage starts working against us here. Can you guys tell that there's an upright one standing right here where the tile is? I couldn't for at least a second or two. The corpses on the floor are so dense that they break up the outline of the ones that are upright and moving towards us. So yeah, we call that zombie camo. So the ones who have figured out how to go around the fence are still trickling through, I suppose you could say. Something I could do... Here's something I could do. I have an idea. Yeah, I have an idea, and I think this will help us. That idea is dismantle every single watch within a 10-mile radius. No. It's, tempting, but not right now. We briefly got cold while we were out there, so I'm actually going to take the... I'm going to put the hoodie on. And, that'll up my protection from the elements and zombies. What I'm going to do, my idea, is we're going to take the ambulance over here. To the other side. And we're going to orient it like this, so we can benefit from the headlights. You see the glow? Why is that glow there? What's going on there, huh? What's going on there? Why is, we've had 4 or 5 days of precipitation since I last used the, the firebomb. Alright, I need to test this. Okay, that's pretty easy. So, we can get into the ambulance and back out of it somewhat easily. I really need to change the hotkey for the build menu. Wrong button. N. Engine off, and we won't leave it on forever, but this may accelerate the situation. See, what'll happen is we can line of sight them by standing right here, and by standing right here, keeping us out of their line of sight, they've got a noise that is attracting them towards us. But they can't see us. Now, because of that, what I think is going to happen is even the ones who are stuck slapping the fence should start coming out here and headed towards the noise. But maybe not. Maybe not. Damn. See, they can't get to the ambulance itself. And I think that might be the problem. Well, no, they can.
They just don't know how to. They should be able to, or their pathfinding should tell them that they can do this. That's what their pathfinding should be telling them. It doesn't seem to be working, though. Damn. We might just have to go in there. Oh, no. Oh, no, we might have to go in there. Alright, here goes nothing. I regret everything about this step ban. It was a convenient choice at the time, but how do I know there's not a zombie right behind it? Watch this guy. He might even disappear for a second. Look at that, look at that. He disappeared for a second. Fucking step bans, man. They're so useful. And yet, situationally, there are times where they can be very dangerous. Even my own character. Watch this. Oh no, where did I go? Where did I go? You can't see me. Fucking step bans. What are you doing, step ban? Hold on a second, are we actually out of... Are we out of targets? No, of course not. Of course we're not fucking out of targets. We just had to go around a corner, that's all. I don't know what they were doing congregated in that tiny corner. They must have been not understanding where to go when they heard the ambulance. That's fine. Now they know where to go. Oh, we're gonna get some good multi-kills, boys. Oh, yeah. We would be getting better multi-kills if it wasn't for the snow. But this is not bad. Press Q. You do realize I'm doing things that are like 10 times louder than my voice, right?
Hey!
I'm happy to press Q. I'll press Q. I'll press Q twice for you.
Hey!
Hey, you. I hear one that I think is in a down state, but not dead. Yeah, there's one on the floor, but not dead, and I have no idea where. Car, man. There he is. There's only so many bullets I can waste on this. It's this one right here. Is he ever gonna die? Okay, now he's dead. Fucking glitch ragdolls, dude. Alright. I'm gonna do a hit and run on the fence slappers. Oh, hey, man, Devilish. Yeah, we're having fun today. We're having lots of fun today. It's going better than yesterday. I've learned a few things since yesterday. Not quite enough to make this a fun experience that is not interfraught with misery. But we at least know now to do hit and runs on any targets who are. We've got a fencer man, a slender man, fence man. Or, sorry, that's a lady. I shouldn't misgender her. She's going to be stuck like that for a while because she will not exit the ragdoll state until she comes to a rest, as in, like, lands. But she can't land. She is stuck in a state of forever reaching. It is ma'am. Wait a minute. Are we... No, we're good. I reloaded and I didn't even consciously register it. Now, the number of zombies who are stuck slapping things, it might be low enough that we no longer... We'll keep an eye on our moodles. We might no longer get stressed to the point of not being able to compensate just by shooting them. This is the downside to using cars. Using cars as part of your defensive strategy. Especially if you don't take the wheels off. If you don't take the wheels off, the wheels are absorbing a lot of my shots. Every single one of these cars probably has tires that are, like, about to break. Because a lot of the tires have randomly absorbed my shells and shots. I'm going to do another hit and run on the fence. And if anybody finds the watch keeping annoying, imagine how I feel. I literally can't do anything about it. We don't have the action economy to just stop what we're doing and dismantle 500 watches. Alright, so we were able to take a few shots, but it's untenable. We can't keep that up. The stress will build up faster than we can shoot them. Now we have to be careful here. Nobody waiting on this side. Yeah, we're good. This was pure accident, but I actually the flood lamp is actually positioned in a really useful spot. If I stay behind the flood lamp, I'm outside of the range of most of the fence slappers. Oh, that's funny. They were actually all right there, but they lost track of me. Yeah, that's right. Cluster in the kill zone. Oh yeah. Time for some multi-kills, boys. We do have one crawler. Team be advised, one crawler has entered the field. That's okay. They are literally just going down the same route as everybody else. And we just killed it with buckshot. Oh no, there's two. Alright. Got them both. Another desert backpack coming right up. That should make at least 4 in this area. Now, don't it is as cool as it is that it seems like we're killing a bunch with a single shot. A lot of those are just getting knocked down. I've had as many as 6 zombies get knocked down by a single shell, but in terms of actually how many kills I've gotten with a single shell, it usually is only 1 or 2. I've gotten a few triple kills, but it's mostly like one is going to die and then the rest are just going to get knocked down, that's perfectly okay with me. Anything that stops them, slows them down, I'll take all that. I'll still take it as a dub. Oh. Another Fed right there. Fed Zed. Tell by the suit plus suit and walkie-talkie combo. We got another, I think we have another stuck on the ground. We are now stage 2 hunger. That's not good. We cannot be stage 2 hunger. Stage 1 hunger I can ignore, but stage 2 hunger, that is where our carry weight starts getting affected. So we're going to have a bite of half of this 40 fry. I think half-mask respirators are currently broken in our favor. These filters should have gone a long time ago. I should have had to change the filters probably 3 or 4 times by now. At least that's based on my previous experience with these things. I'm willing to bet that they're just not degrading like they're supposed to. Threaten me with a good time. Ammo check, we've got about 80 shotgun, down to 15 magnum. So as soon as I get another break here, yeah, we're going to go ahead and open the next 2 boxes of 357. And while we're at it, let's just open those shotgun shell boxes too. Can open all that before she even gets to me. She, it. There's only one fence slapper that I can see right now, and he is he's prone. Alright, let's cautiously move up and see what's going on. I was wrong. That is at least 3 fence slappers. Just falling back briefly. Yeah, we'll go do a hit and run on the fence slappers. If I could go back and redo this construction, there is one other change I would make, and that would be a intact vehicle, probably like in the place of this one, so that I can get in and pass through the seats in this area. Get out from behind there. See that? There were 2 of them right there, and I couldn't see either. An unknown number to the left. That sound of somebody slapping a window. That is them slapping the gate up there to the left. Oh, she's inside. Okay. I understand now. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing her. The fact that I'm able to come this far up and not get stressed instantly, that is significant progress right there. I cannot articulate enough how significant that is. Okay, there's the slapping. The slapping is returned. The slapping will continue until morale is at 0. I likened it yesterday. I made the comparison to like old-fashioned armies using war drums for their melee infantry to get them hyped up. Yeah, that's the zombies are slapping their war drums. I think, yeah, because I don't have anybody running at me from inside, we're gonna run around and do another hit on the. We're gonna slap the enemy's propaganda team. It's an important aspect of modern warfare. Don't let the enemy beat you in the propaganda game. Just a quick hit and run to get those guys who are gummed up in the corner. See, right now, I would love to just be able to go through this vehicle, but any of the burned wrecks I can't. So, just small improvements for... There's a part of me that never wants to do this again, literally ever, until they do something about fences. Now that being said, this would not be going too differently. Homie who wanted me to press Q. We actually are going to do that, because I'd rather not waste bullets. Did I calculate how many I killed just here? We actually... Okay, some people are interested in my kill count. I didn't get a solid check before we got started, because the process started a little bit unpredictably. We're currently at 18,891. We were at 17,4 something. So we have killed about 1,200 zombies. But that's where we're kind of at a bit of a muscle memory, or a bit of a question right now. But yeah, it's not necessarily about the... I ain't here for the big number. So there's still a couple of slappers up there. But I'm seeing an opportunity to get a good night's sleep instead of drinking another cup of coffee. That's what I'm seeing right now. So when we next get fatigued, we're going to go ahead and back out. Because this is not over, not in the slightest. There are many, many more out there.
Hey!
We've just got to actually lure them out of where they're at. I mean, some of them probably aren't even spawned in yet. So the one that's inside slapping the window, we can deal with her without going inside there, which I do not want to do. All we got to do is get a good angle like this, and look at that, she's dead. Or at least I think she is. We lost our crosshair, so I feel like she should be, but... One corner slapper to the right. I don't see anybody outside the gates. We're good. I should have checked that corner clear. They for some reason they actually like being on this side of the fence. And that kind of, Corpse discipline is resumed, by the way. We are no longer killing anybody on the right side in the middle of the road if we can avoid it. Boy, get out of the road. At the end of the day, this is still our highway. We still have to use it. And yes, I know my sledgehammer is on the floor right there. I can hear some people screaming at me to grab it. We'll be alright. We have 3 more where that came from. That's a guy with a rifle on his back. There's the fatigue. Okay, so I'm actually going to do a thing. Yeah, that's right, that gate right there is still intact. I have a theory that because we just closed that gate, we don't need to button up this side anymore. I don't think they will attack that gate while we're not here. But we need to bail out of here now. We need to not stick around for, like, longer than another minute, because that's all it'll take if there's more than one of them on that gate. But once we're out of here, they should theoretically not have any reason to attack that gate. I mean, they never did before I opened it. Because when I opened it, there were basically, none of them were, none of them were, nearby. So I snuck up and opened it, and then we got started. So when I come back here, there should be nobody on this side of that fence, because that fence should block off-map pathing, I think. Anyway, it's a theory that I'm eager to test. Because that means all I gotta do is finish up for the night, close that gate, and then we're done for the night. And come back refreshed for the next day. Shouldn't have shut it off. Come on, we're going inside. We're not parking out here. I got an entire parking lot inside. Why would I park out here? All right. Armor off. Didn't actually get all that bloody. It's mostly, that's because we were mostly doing shooting. Should be warm enough for, you know what, here's one other thing I can do to make myself really warm overnight, is instead of the witch hat, I just put the hood up on my hoodie. That will actually bump up my insulation rather significantly. It is now Christmas Eve. Why did I just get stressed? No, seriously, why did I just get stressed? That shouldn't have happened. It literally should not have happened. There's nothing here that should have stressed me. Was it discomfort? Yeah, that should not happen. If I get stressed again, I'm gonna be extremely sussed out. We didn't have a nightmare. If we had a nightmare, we would have woken up in a panic. Well, anyway, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna close and reopen the game because we've got water stuck on the floor now. Water gets stuck on the floor whenever the precipitation changes from snow to rain, and then ends as rain. Whenever that happens, the water from the rain gets stuck on the floor forever. It will never go away, unless you close and reopen the game. So we're just going to close and reopen the game real quick. Hey, it's all so tiresome. Shut the fuck up, I just got an email from the DMV, Virginia DMV, as if it's some fucking advertisement. You are not a private company. You have no need to advertise to me. Fuck off. I can't stand the commercialization of government bodies. That should never have fucking happened. The corpos speak, the fucking ad campaigns, you're public sector. You don't need to advertise yourself. My fucking taxes are ad revenue enough for you. Anyway. Look at that. All the water's gone. You know what isn't gone? Fog. Oh, man. What is Nora getting for Christmas? Access to Louisville, perhaps? I don't know. We definitely should make her something good to eat. Something really good to eat. I don't mean the usual crap. Well, it's not necessarily crap. We're feeding her good food, but we're feeding her sustenance with a little bit of trimmings. We could make her something nice. And I mean, now since we're going to be getting fog today, and it's looking like it's getting thicker, I think we're not going to be fighting today. I think there's going to be peace on Earth for Christmas Eve. I'm not even exaggerating that, because we're the last surviving human on Earth right now. So yeah, no, all we got to do is not fight, and there will be peace on Earth. A batch of cookies. You know what? That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. I've never actually made cookies in this game. I have literally never made cookies in this game, but we can do that. We should have more than enough ingredients back at the main base. So after I load up this barrel, we're gonna go do that. We'll also make a nice roast. We'll do some cooking today. 140 liters of easily captured water. Remember, buckets fill up so much faster than rain barrels. So we've now got, what is it, like, yeah, we've got like 300 liters from just a little bit of snow and rain. It's great. But yeah, since we're going to be doing a little bit of base work, I would like to drop a little bit more stuff here so that we are not over encumbered. And we're going to, I'm going to redo the kitchen here real quick. Shouldn't be too hard. Just requires me to be able to pick up the fridge, which is actually asking a lot if I have weapons on me. Now I can pick up the fridge. Everything in the right place. Do I want that there? Do I want that? That's alright, like that. So I could put the stove right next to the fridge there, and then I would, I'd still be able to access what's in the, cabinets, because, we can get corner access. Just can't put anything more than 2 objects here on this side. There we go. Then I can put the table on that side. That's a good question, KTO. I'm sure the Indie Stone has a very good answer for that. I don't. I didn't program this game. I think what's going on, what I'm pretty sure what's going on here is the game just doesn't parse whether something is indoors when the snow is falling. Yeah, we'll just call it decorative snow. Perfect. So, what to make for snack food before we get into our actual cooking spree here? We're just going to make a quick stir fry. This will hold us over until the feast tonight. Just do a rabbit, pumpkin, and potato. Season it a little bit here. And while we're at it, we'll go ahead and brew another coffee, because we did end up drinking one. We don't have the infrastructure here to make it a super coffee, so we'll just brew it and then take it with us when we go back to main base for the area. Yeah, that, okay. Dinner for Christmas, we're gonna have a roast with a little bit of everything in it, so that it's a very happy roast, and then we will have we're gonna have some cookies too. Amelia, good idea there. We are going to have some cookies too, because I've literally never baked cookies before in this game. Always down for doing new things. Where's my coffee at? Hold on, what happened to the other one? Huh. Alright, so there's two coffees. One of them is going to be a blank coffee, for if we just need the fatigue. The other is going to be a... We'll fix it up into a super coffee when we get back to base. Alright, speaking of getting back to base, let us grab our equipment. Pumpkin pie. How about chocolate pumpkin pie? Yeah, we could do that. At least I think we can. Actually, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't remember if pumpkin falls into the sweet or savory category for pies. Hell, actually, I can't remember. I thought maybe there might even be a chance we're not able to make a pumpkin pie. I'm pretty sure we can, but I don't know. I feel like I actually did try that, because I have made a couple of cakes and pies here. But I remember there being something weird about pumpkin, but I don't even remember the specifics. Here's something useful we could do. Let's actually give ourselves a road here. I could just do what I did. I'm just going to do what I did for my West Point base. We're going to use the railroad track. Absolutely, 100%. I forgot that I'm carrying around plaster powder. That can stay here. Yeah, we only have to cut one tree, actually. Fantastic. And of course I left my axe. Yeah. All the stuff that we have here, I'm pretty sure we have a hatchet. Right? Of all the stuff that we found here, one hatchet. Literally just one hatchet in the entire place. That's not bad considering this place is looted and trashed. Whenever something's looted and trashed, it always feels like the most useful stuff is the first to get deleted from the loot table. Still takes many more swings than it needs to. That's alright. I'll leave that one here for local use. Now all we gotta do is cut open a few more holes in the fence, and we have a much easier way in and out of this place. All day fog again, possibly. If it doesn't go away by 1300, and it's getting closer. I regret not doing this much sooner. Look at how easy that was. Oops, slightly too early. The snow is throwing me off. Oh, I never took off my... Oh, thigh guards never came off. That's probably why I got a little bit stressed last night. I slept in my thigh guards. Okay, problem solved. Alright, so we want to make cookies. I know we need a baking tray and baking soda, but what next? Prepare. We've got options. We have got options indeed. We will need cocoa powder, some form of flour, some form of sugar, eggs. Eggs are going to be the sticking point because we have used up... I think we may have used up all of our eggs. We came here with a lot, but eggs are an easy cooking ingredient, and therefore I definitely used up most of them that I could think of. We will do a parsing of all of my freezers, but I do not have high expectations. This is prurient to my interest in real life because I have been looking for egg substitutes everywhere. I like cooking, but I hate keeping perishable ingredients with me. In real life, not just in this game. Yeah, no eggs. We could forage for eggs. We could forage for eggs. It won't... probably won't get us much. What would the category be? Animals? Yeah, we've got about a 60% decrease to our radius here. I won't spend too long on this. Just want to see how lucky we get. This area is considered a forest, so animals are allegedly normal. And I think wild eggs would count as animals. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to seek some information on that really quick. Malice, March to April. Available March to November. So we have a Malice right now. Weather modifier is minus 20% for snow. Biome chance. It doesn't show the category though. So we do have a very, very, very low chance. And it does not show the foraging category. Does it? Did I just scroll right past it? Okay. Perhaps there is not. I don't know if they all have one. But we don't have food anymore. Do we? No, we don't have food anymore. Well, I mean, okay, so food is not something that we can specifically focus on foraging for. Yep, we got all day fog again. 1,300 hours and it's not gone. This game really doesn't like us this month. We have had all day fog for at least 5 days this month, and we've had half day fog for at least just as much. Literally a third of the month we have had fog. It might be easing up. The further this direction we go, the more likely we are gonna run into some Zed. I'm gonna turn back here, go across the road. It's also because it's winter. That minus 20%, even being foraging level 10 is not going to get us over that hump very easily. Okay, yeah, I think we, it was worth a shot. But no eggs for us. So, is there any other way? Can we make other things instead? Muffins also require egg. Oatmeal cookies. Could make pancakes. To be entirely honest, pancakes sounds like the second best option. Oh, pies do not require eggs. My brain meat was telling me that pies required eggs. They don't. They don't. We're only missing a rolling pin. Yeah, we're only missing a rolling pin. Possibly flour, actually. Let me double check. We may have... We may not have flour. Because we have a lot of heavy form food here. I don't recall actually seeing flour among it. Yeah. We've got like one of each of the other regular heavy form foods. Except for flour. That doesn't... whatchamacallit, we could raid the trailer park, see if we find anything. Yeah, I'll raid the trailer park. Why not? Got some respawns to the north. To be entirely honest, if I had found flour, I probably would have brought it back with me. I'm pretty sure we did clear every single one of the trailer park homes. Because we were looking for a cooking pot. Fatigue at 1400 hours. That's cursed. I'm going to blame the fact that we were, I'm going to blame the fact that we were, uncomfortable when we went to sleep last night. I'm also kind of interested in keeping my peace on Earth commitment. So yeah, I'm just gonna lose her. I'm gonna lose that zombie by going through the woods. Now that the fog is gone, we still have a minus 26% radius to foraging because of the snow. So until the snow on the ground goes away. We're also being nerfed by that. But on our way home, doesn't hurt to take a peek. I think we have flour back at West Point. I'm not entirely opposed to going back to West Point, but if I did, I would probably want to take the Corvette. Screws. Yeah, screw you too. You know, we do actually have cookies. They're just, they're not ones we baked. All of this stuff. Do I actually have, like, could I make bread if I wanted to? Rolling pin and flour again. It's always the last thing you expect. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. We have been in need of a trip back to Rosewood for a while now. And this is a perfect excuse. This is a perfect excuse to go back to Rosewood. Because we need stuff from there for our fun goals and for our long-term combat goals. We need to go pick up the ammo van that I left there. Because I'm an absolute doofus who left his step van filled with like a third of the ammo on the map. Yeah, I left that all the way back in Rosewood. It was slated to come with us. It was supposed to come with us, but it didn't. So here's how we're gonna play this. Let's do one pumpkin, one fresh potato, clove of garlic. Been doing a lot of rabbit meat lately. Let's take that as a backup ingredient in case we don't find something else. See, when it comes to making a good roast, the key is a diversity of ingredients. That's where you start, and then from there you make it even better. So in order to go back to Rosewood, we're actually going to take the taxi. There we are. We have some carrots in here. I had a feeling we had something else. See, we've kind of collapsed on. We've had a diversity collapse in our food, frozen food supplies, but a few of these things were scattered around here. So we've got carrots, garlic, potato, pumpkin, rabbit meat, strawberries. With the exception of the rabbit meat, of course. All of that is stuff that we grew ourselves. In the meantime, we will give her some candy to get her, whet her appetite. Alright, so for the commute back to Rosewood, we take the taxi. The taxi is a vehicular device that is... I can leave it behind when I'm done with it and have no need to go back for it. So we are going to drive straight to Rosewood with this bad boy. And we'll be able to get there in a not too bad amount of time because it can go fast and I don't have to worry too much about the brakes. This is a survivor vehicle. One of the ones that are like well cared for, and therefore its brakes are decent enough that I don't have to be paranoid about going too slow. We will probably spend Christmas Eve in Rosewood, and we'll do our baking there. Now, at West Point, we do have a garbage bag that is full of small form food that I did not consider a priority to bring with us. So I'm just going to parse that really quick and see if there is flour and butter. That being said, it is small form food, so it makes perfect sense that there is not flour or fattening agents like butter. But we will take some chocolate. Large form would have been put most likely over here somewhere. Flour. Beautiful. Butter. Cocoa powder, too. We can make chocolate chip cookies now. Except we don't have a bowl. Of all the things, we don't have a bowl. All of our bowls came forward with us. But that's okay, because we're not staying here. We're just picking up a couple things, and then we are deploying. Oh, that mint should never have stayed there. All these coffee happies. Yeah, coffee happies. Ingredients to make my coffee happier. All those should not have been staying here. We, want some things here. I'll leave a couple sticks of butter as a fattening agent. Everything else should probably... well, not quite everything else. That said, we won't find eggs anywhere else. We would have to go back to Riverside for eggs. And we can't go back to Riverside right now. That's a little too far afield. Need a pump. It could use a pump. I mean, there's a pump right here. If there wasn't, I wouldn't have worried about it. But this will actually make us accelerate faster. It won't help our top speed, but being able to accelerate faster will help us when we dodge zombies and have to shed speed from that. Alright. Rosewood Ho. There will probably be a fair few Zeds on this road, and that is okay. We'll also be going past Muldraw, but I do not believe there is anything in Muldraw that we need now. We still have a massive surplus of blade work. So Muldraw is currently still our nearest forge, but we do not need anything from that forge. Grip should be 1.8, huh? Yeah, that is, I agree. It should be what it should be. I also wish it behaved more consistently, because there are some times where I feel like it behaves quite inconsistently. Feels really great to just be able to go straight down 31 West, almost across the entire map. Like, we're going 3/4 of the way across the entire map right now on 31 West. We are, and we don't really have to stop. We didn't have to stop at West Point. We stopped at West Point because we wanted to. We could have just kept going. That's the glory of having clean highways. Clean with an asterisk. Respawns are going to make this a little bit annoying on the way back, but that's okay. We'll have time on our way back. Right now we're sort of on a timer. I want to get back to, I would like to spend Christmas Eve in Rosewood. That is what I would like to do. So here is Muldraw, and we're going to take the bypass. So we cut our way through this sand road here. And the Muldraw bypass, also known as Carpenter Test Road, is right here. This road runs parallel to 31 West. We will avoid any respawns on 31 West. There may be a few respawns on this road itself, but the total amount of them will be paltry compared to 31 West. 31 West in front of Muldraw, anybody who's played in Muldraw, y'all know what I'm talking about. The highway in front of Muldraw, yeah, it is respawn territory there. Now this Carpenter Test Road goes all the way to the crossroads, the roadblocked crossroads. So if you have not actually cleared the roadblock crossroads yourself, this is also a very easy way to bypass it for certain routes. I do believe we can turn north here at the crossroad, and we'll be able to enter Rosewood from the north. Just double checking. Yeah, okay. I've never gone straight from Valley Station to Rosewood before, so yeah, this is a bit of a map whiplash here. So, for anybody joining, welcome. We're doing a trip across the map, both for fun and for purpose. We're going to one of my bases that is better stocked on food so that we can have a feast for Christmas Eve, but we are also going back to that base because it also has a step van with about 1/3 of the ammo on the map in it. About 150 encumbrance worth of ammunition crates. I was supposed to bring it forward with us to Valley Station for the checkpoint a long time ago, but I got caught up doing things, and that's nothing wrong with that, as long as it gets up there eventually. Because right now we haven't needed it. We still have plenty of ammo to work with at the checkpoint, in the ambulance and the trailer we took with us. But once we get into Louisville, we'll eventually need more, and that's where this van comes in. And that's not good. Alright, here we are at Rosewood. And of course there are respawns. That's not good. Let's get a head count of respawns. If it's just those two, no worries at all. It may be more than just those two. But I'm not seeing any more right now. Therefore, we can just shoot them. Don't have to take any wake-up pills. I don't have any reloads for the 357, so... I was hoping for peace on Earth for Christmas Eve, but that's okay. We can't do anything about those guys. They would have bothered us. Don't think we have any spare generators here, other than the red one, which is the one, I will have to move it. It's supposed to be, oh, yeah, we have the three. We have 3 premium tech generators here. But no. I did previously calculate that this particular spot, this corner, would be able to power the entirety of the interior and a couple of the pumps. However, all of those pumps are now empty. Or at least they should be. Hang on. Last I checked, all of these pumps... Oh, the yellow one and the red one on this side are still good. I swear I emptied them. Interesting. Very interesting. That's no big deal. So, we've got bowls here. And a bowl and a rolling pin, I think. Those were the last things I needed to make some, hang on. Let's see. Just water and salt. Oh dear. Oh dear. Of all things, salt may not actually be something we have. Of all things. See, salt is one of those materials that I'm pre-programmed to bring with me. Because it can be annoying to source. That doesn't mean that we've lost. That doesn't mean we've lost. All that means is we have a brief side quest. We never looted the Gigamart in its entirety. We don't have to fight none of these guys. Just gonna lose line of sight of them. And then we'll circle back to the Gigamart here. Now we're stage 3 fatigue now, so we are basically combat ineffective. Even if we shoot, it'll be pretty bad. So if we have to get into a big fight, I always carry on caffeine tabs. We can erase all of that fatigue for the most part, if we need to. I'd prefer not to. Caffeine pills would actually break my sleep schedules rather significantly, so we're gonna try to avoid that. Spice in a Gigamart. Spice is going to be usually all on the same shelf. So basically all we got to do is parse shelves and see if we see spices of any kind, and then likely salt of some kind. Whenever a recipe calls for salt, you can usually use either sea salt or what's it called, spicing salt or whatever. There's a second variant of salt. Seasoning salts. I think that'll work. Hang on. Yep, that's it. We got it. Oops. Every day is an adventure in this game. Just got to figure out what you're adventuring for. Now, we may have lost track of those Zeds. They may have lost track before they got all the way to the field. If not, we'll probably be able to lose track of them again. Yeah, 2 fast shamblers right there. But they lost track of us. They just kind of... Yeah, see, they stopped. Okay. So we're just taking a nice wide berth on our way back. Don't think anybody will trail us. If they do, we've got answers to that. Prefer that they don't. Yeah, seasoning salt, that was like something people were actually really up in arms about, how salt was such a serious recipe gap. Yeah, people were complaining about that, And I think the devs, the only thing they did to address that complaint was ads. Because, like, you can make things without salt. It'll be a little bit, subpar, but you can do it. I know how to deal with this one. This is a throwaway car. I don't normally like doing this. Oh dear. Still alive, are we? Alright, you know what? I hate doing this. I mentioned before, but that guy shouldn't exist. He spawned inside that building. Or shall I say respawned. Alright. Oh, great. Yet another one. It's also tiresome. This is what happens when we're forced to use guns. And we're forced to use guns because we are super duper tired. I'm sure there will be more. Always are. We just can't have a moment. We can't have a nice Christmas Eve. I'm not going to let these guys stop me from having a good time. I'm not, but it's just going to take a little longer. Let me show you how I'm going to have a good time. We're going to put up some Christmas lights. Yeah, we're going to put up some Christmas lights. I think I did this last Christmas on this character. Last Christmas, we were in the police department in Riverside. We were drying some props. And we wanted to put up some Christmas lights. So we used some light bars. Merry Christmas, pal. Right this way. I will, my Christmas gift to you, my friend, is to release your soul from this immortal coil. Remember, killing zombies is an act of kindness. We don't know if there's still a part of their brain left, semi-conscious in there. If so, killing them is an act of kindness. Objectively, measurably. I'd sure as hell want somebody to end it. Christmas lights a-go. So I think all we need now is some water. Another incoming. We'll deal with her in a minute. Prepare pie dough. We're also going to prepare some shortbread cookies. Wait a minute, we can do chocolate chip. We can. We just need more... what do we need for that? Oh, right. Shortbread cookies can go without eggs. So what I'm gonna get this in the oven if I can. Where did it go? There it is. We'll have to make the pie tomorrow because today the whatchamacallit, today the I can't think when there's a zombie next to me. Today the we actually don't have a baking pan. We have a baking tray, but not a baking pan. That's okay. Shortbread cookies coming right up. I'm gonna get these in the oven while we go deal with that Zed. See, we made the pie dough, but we can't do the pie preparation. And we can't put anything else on these cookies. That's okay. How long to cook? 30 minutes. That's enough to kill these two. Here we go. Alright, folks, right this way. Just 3 for now? Most likely just 3. The swords on the wall for we used 3D placement. So if you place an item, right click on it, go to extended 3D placement, and it gives you gizmos to rotate and move. That is a B42 feature only. That is not in B41. Alright, so just in time. It's still technically Christmas Eve, and we have ourselves a tray of shortbread cookies. And I'm going to eat them all because we're quite hungry. We will make a roast for actual Christmas Day. Beautiful. Alright, folks. We are going to sleep now. It is just 1 hour past our bedtime, so we could have done worse. Looks prettier when the lights, the whatchamacallit, the Christmas lights. Looks prettier when the lights are out. So now, even if we go to sleep and there's a Zed out there, they have to notice us first. So we'll see if that even works. Look at that. I think we're good. Alright, so let's make ourselves a nice roast now. In a perfect world, we would have had a roast and then dessert, cookies for dessert. But, now, can I do the pie preparation with... No, I need a baking pan specifically. Okay, so that's fine. We'll hold off on the pie until tomorrow. We'll make the pie and eat it on our way home. We'll do helping of rabbit meat. Now here's we're gonna do something interesting with the roast here. We're gonna add 1 helping of pumpkin, and then we're going to smash the pumpkin. And that way, the leftover bits of the pumpkin will count as a different ingredient. So we add the pumpkin chunks, and then we add some carrots, and then we add potato, Give me one more different ingredient here. We can add beef jerky. That's a different ingredient. So we've got a 6 different ingredient roast. Whenever you use 6 different ingredients for anything you're making, that is a fast way to get lots of happiness when you eat it. So now we just start adding every herb we've got in the area. We are having a good Christmas this Christmas. Very good one. We're literally just going to add one of everything we've got. Why not, right? Toppings are quite literally free. Look at that. That is a roast right there. That's a roast for the... That's a roast for the ages. Only thing that would make it better is the ability to actually put it on a plate. 100. We'll just call this the Christmas roast. $102. Hunger. All right, a little bit late for bed, but that's great. I thought I might have heard somebody outside, but that's okay. Weapon in hand, just in case. There's a small possibility that what I just heard was a deer. I have actually seen deer for some reason in this particular area. I've seen deer just wander up right to the back corner of my base, and I have no idea why. Incoming from the left there. Unfortunately, we will not have peace on Earth for Christmas Day. There's only so much you can do when the entire Earth is not going to want to be at peace. Alright, so now there's nothing stopping me from using a local use vehicle. We're no longer constrained by the fact that we're super tired. I went through a lot of effort to fix up this particular Meade County Sheriff Mobile. This came from March Ridge, and it was a complete wreck when we found it, but we restored it because the engine quality was 100, which means in theory it should never fail to start. In practice, there is a chance to fail to start based on the temperature, and because it's cold, I think that amounts to still like being a 10% chance. But during the summer, I think it should never fail. Alright, so all we need now is a baking pan, and then we can make our Christmas pie. I probably scrolled right past a baking pan at some point. Yeah, no, it's true. The to be entirely honest, that particular vehicle is rather embarrassing at its off-road performance. Based on engine power alone, it should be better than the ambulance. But that is, in practice, that's not even close. Engine power is definitely not the only factor. Ooh, look at all that. So we could have used real salt. That's all right. I don't know. Somebody died on Christmas. Rest in peace, somebody. Imagine surviving, how many is it? Imagine surviving 1 year, 5 months, 25 days, and then dying on Christmas Day. What a shame. There is also, one of the headcanon things that I like to imagine is that we're not actually hearing those sounds. It's literally just us getting, PTSD flashbacks. I would believe that long before I would ever believe that we're just a few meters away from somebody who just died. No. I think we're just hearing things. I would be fucking hearing things if I was in our girl's position right now. I would be talking to myself right now. Like I'd literally just be having kind of one of the reasons that I'm okay with live streaming, and I've been okay with live streaming from the very start, is because I talk to myself all the damn time. And I would be still talking to myself just like this, even if I was the last human on the planet, because it would be one of the few ways to keep myself sane, relatively speaking. So we never actually found a baking pan, but we also have not checked we haven't checked the back. I'm impressed that the slow ones made it this far. I don't want to have a cleanup on aisle 5. Thank you very much. Come on outside. Push me outside. How about that? So in this Gigamart, I do believe we've got back shelves here. Mistaken. Oh, no, we don't. We might not have a baking pan anywhere in here. Oh, that would be truly tragic. That being said, this is Rosewood. And Rosewood has residential, lots of residential. So would it actually be hard to find a baking pan? Probably not. We're also going to check the kitchen. Having worked in a deli, I would not actually expect to find a baking pan back here. Roasting pan, sure. Tiny kitchen, too. Really tiny. Barely qualifies as a bake, or as anything, in my opinion. Yeah, it would be. I think all these are going to be food. Quick parsing. I would say let this be a lesson to me to always keep necessary cooking gear at all of my bases, but I already try. And in fact, it has led me to, somewhat unintentionally, taking a little bit too much cooking stuff with me when I move forward to new base locations. I'm going to take a quick peek in a couple of residential locations, because why not? I'm not in a rush here. We're having fun. I'm having fun. Hopefully you guys are. So the nearest residential area is right across here. To the right of us is a rectory for the priest of this here church. I do not expect to find much cookware there. The guy barely even has a mini fridge for himself. He's really taken the modest living lifestyle rather seriously. Good on him. So that one making the aggro noises right there, she's only doing that because she is sitting down. The vagrants like to make aggro noises for no real reason. So if you don't find your a baking pan in kitchen, you can actually find them sometimes in ovens. Doesn't that technically waste electricity? If you put something in an oven, like a baking pan, which is designed, there it is, empty pan of two types. It's an empty pan and an empty roast pan. Doesn't that technically absorb the heat and therefore require more heat to get your oven up to temp? I could be wrong. And if so, is it a sufficient absorption effect to actually make it inefficient? I don't know. These are weird things that I think about sometimes. Baking pan acquired, though. It only took 2 houses. I wish we had turn signals in this game. I would use them. Out of force of habit, really. So what I'm going to do is with the canned food, all the canned food that we picked up, I'm going to leave that in a garbage bag, and we'll probably use that, or we'll probably, we do come back here later on, probably much later, not this stream, not any time in the future. At some point we come back here before going back to Riverside, and there's 2 vehicles we have staged here full of stuff that is meant to go back to Riverside. That's when we would take the canned food with us, because Riverside is where that kind of stuff gets stockpiled. We're a little hungry. Have another bite of the Christmas roast. Yeah, it would be. Especially if it's a survivor that I don't have to assume responsibility for. My brain meat is kind of like telling me that the devs are going to make it like RimWorld, where if you want to come across just a random person and actually have any benefit of that encounter, you'll be forced to take them in as a colonist, and therefore meet their needs and whatnot. The devs have already actually publicly stated some inspiration from RimWorld has been taken. Alright, so we've got a pie preparation here. And, hey, look at that. Pumpkin does count as sweet pie. So we can use pumpkin chunks in the pie. And I'm also going to use the strawberries I brought. So we are going to have a pumpkin, strawberry, apricot, chocolate chip pie. Yeah. Okay. Here goes. Pumpkin chunks. And apricots. Strawberries from my own garden. And since we couldn't do chocolate chip cookies, chocolate chips in the pie. Apricot, strawberry, chocolate chip, and pumpkin pie. And now we will season it with some cinnamon and should have some other stuff over here maybe. Yeah, cinnamon and honey. Cinnamon and honey. Hells to the yeah. Let's see what that comes out to. So that came out to 60. So when you have a pie, what you can do is you can either just eat, you can eat it like any other food. I mean, half or quarter. You can split it into 5 slices. I don't think that's necessary. That's 62 divided by 5. That makes each slice a bit weak. Because my hunger moodle is 15. So it is actually more efficient for me to just eat a quarter of it whenever we're hungry. So we'll hold on to that. Now, I would like to separate my, well, no, not really. We're just going to do, we've got one garbage bag out there of food that is canned food meant to go back to Riverside. Hello there. Right this way, please. So we're going to take this garbage bag, put it over by the ambulance, and what else is over here? The ambulance and the woodworking vehicle. These two are meant to go back to Riverside. And yeah, we've got room in the trunk. Plenty of room. So then I put any small form food. Large form food that's in my backpack can also just go back. Because large form food, we have plenty at our destination and plenty already stockpiled here if we want to come back here in the future. Flour is coming forward with us because somehow we don't have flour at our forward base, so that's staying with us. Everything else, actually vinegar. Vinegar goes back to Riverside. If I ever want to do more jarring operations, which jars don't work right. Alright, so the rest of the small form food can go in the bag. And we have a little bit of room left over in that bag. We're going to finish it off with... Or will we? Actually, we're going to redistribute it a little bit, because I have an idea now. Because there is something else that I need to bring with me from this location. Multiple something else's. And here's how it's going to go. We're going to take the flour and the milk carton out. Main backpack those. Same with the cocoa powder. And with that, we are down to only 15.94 encumbrance in this garbage bag. On the floor, we have 2 cartons of nails. I was bitten before by not literally bitten, but I was supposed to bring these nails with me, and I failed at that maneuver. So, what is this right here on the floor? This is 36 encumbrance of stuff. Make that 35.94. Okay. That is a full military backpack. And for the other military backpack, we've got 2 floodlights out there. I want those to come forward with us. So that means we have 6 encumbrance left to work with. Painkillers. Look at that. Painkillers were something that we wanted to do some exercise. But painkillers were preventing us from being able to sleep. Since then, we found a lot of sleeping pills, but not many painkillers, so that problem is now being solved. Don't need that. Don't need much else from here. Yeah, that's good. I seriously doubt we'll be hurting for guns. We've actually still got a huge stockpile of guns at West Point. And some of this stuff does need to stay here. Some of the rarer stuff can come with me. I do like collecting chips. Yeah, everything else can stay here. Because I do want all of my bases to be stockpiled with the bare minimum essentials. The baking pan that we recovered from the mall, or sorry, from the Gigamart there. The baking pan we recovered from Gigamart is going to stay with us. It has to, because that is what is carrying our pie. So that's fine. And the stuff that's left over in the fridge. Would you look at that? I completely forgot I had all this. That's a little bit much to be leaving behind. Well, actually, maybe not. 1 bullet of coffee, sure. Not 2 bullets of coffee for a field base. Okay, yeah, this is good. Oregano, thyme, margarine, butter, if I need to put on weight while I'm here. That should all be going in my backpack. Okay. So we do still have another 6 encumbrance of something. Let me check the other vehicles here. So the fire truck is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be towing with the fire truck. And the fire truck is already loaded, all containers except for the seat. What about the step van? The driver's seat is not loaded. And because of that, we can fit an entire garbage bag on the driver's seat. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because we have a garbage bag over here. Well, actually, no. That garbage bag is already pre-measured. Let's just take a carton of nails. We still have boxes left over for local use. Spare tongs can stay because we have plenty that have moved forward with us. And like I said before, we do not need more guns. We do need more freezers. We're going to take those last. We can take more freezers, but we'll need to... Basically, there's a glitch with chest freezers right now. And I'm going to exploit it maliciously. Chest freezers basically just ignore your inventory size when you pick stuff up. So, hooking up the vehicles. Equipping bags and hands. Oh, this bag is actually full of stuff still. I don't know how I even picked that up. Some of this needs to be left behind, the rest can come with us. It, like, need to be left behind because I don't even have room to... Don't even have room to bring it with me. So the soda, that's way too bulky. This cookware was just... I picked it up because it was right in front of me. Definitely staying. All the rest of that is good to go with us. And look at that, there's less than 6 encumbrance left in that bag. Literally could not have planned it any more perfectly. Okay, we are now... We've already got water for the trip. Perishables next. Not too much in the terms of leftovers, but don't want them going to waste. Now, other bag goes in hand. And heaviest first, followed by the second heaviest. This is second full backpack, and then, would you look at that? We've got exactly room for 30 here. 15 plus 15. That is everything I was interested in bringing. One of these battery chargers can come with us because we will need more as we get deeper into Louisville. Any metalworking stuff that I'm short on? Not really. Nope. Okay, generator goes off. And now, finishing touch is I was short on freezers at our destination. So, gonna limit break our inventory size, pick this bad boy up. Before I do that, I'm actually gonna take the roast out of my backpack. Because if I don't, I literally will not be able to. So the roast comes out of my backpack. Now, popsicle freezer gets picked up. We are now carrying 73 encumbrance, when the hard limit is supposed to be 50. Fuck you, Indy Stone, I do what I want. Alright, here we go. Now, normally towing forward is very difficult. However, this is a vehicle with sufficient towing power, and what we are towing is a step van. For some reason, that actually works pretty well. And we're going to make it out of second gear with this one, boys. It's going to be slow, but we'll make it. See, look at that. We just got hungry. And because of our limit break inventory size, we would not have been able to start eating this roast if we had not done that ahead of time. That will definitely keep us fed for the rest of the journey. Hands and blocks. Oh, fascinating. I had a feeling that it did absorb heat, and that. So you would intentionally put pans and like maybe bricks or something like ceramic, something ceramic that could take the heat at the bottom of the whatchamacallit, at the bottom of the oven. Interesting, very interesting. See, I technically was a baker at one point, but I didn't actually get to do very much what anybody would reasonably call baking. A more appropriate job title would have been thawer, because it was a grocery store bakery job. And so literally everything that we sold that was a quote-unquote baked good was actually prepared somewhere else. And all I was supposed to do was either thaw it and bake it here at a specific temperature. So it was like, I never actually got to make dough from scratch or anything like that, like an actual baker would. It's silly, one of the silliest job titles I've ever had. Like donuts, for example. I would love to be able to make my own donuts, but I never got to experience the process of making my own donuts. I only got to experience the process of putting toppings on my own donuts. So I know perfectly well how to take some frosting out of a frosting container and warm it up, and rub the donuts all over the frosting, or powder up a donut, make a powdered donut. The actual making of the dough, maybe even perhaps filling the donut with stuff. Nope, none of that. Never learned how to do any of that, because apparently grocery store employees are not the kind of people you bother training to do that kind of stuff anymore. The people you train to do stuff like that, you stick them in a distribution center somewhere, or more likely you contract it out. I never did figure out our supply chain. It was, it's, I'm not going to say exactly what franchise it was, but it was one of those big ones that has stores like, going down half of the countryside. Not quite as big as Walmart, but up there. Definitely up there. So it looks like we're able to get to a comfortable 55, 60 miles an hour while towing a step van that is completely full of stuff. And here is our Muldraw bypass. Now, when we went down this road yesterday, we bypassed a few Zeds, which means those Zeds will have followed us in the middle of the road. So that means there will be a few Zeds stuck in the middle of the road, and because of the trees on the right side of the road, they'll be a little bit harder to see. But I think we'll be all right. We'll just have to take it easy. Push comes to shove, I have no qualms with just plowing straight through a Zed, but I don't want to do it at too fast of a speed. This is a fire truck here. I think it's one of the ones with a subpar trunk. If anybody is not familiar, we've got any vehicle that was spawned in on 13.0 will have a rather garbage trunk. It should be much bigger. 13.0 came out, there were a lot of problems with vehicle trunks. Those were solved with 14.0, but that only applies to vehicles that spawn in after 14.0. So because we converted our save, we're still stuck with a lot of busted trunks. That's one of the reasons I saved these vehicles for last. If anybody is interested in following our character's journey from the very start to the very finish, 400 some odd hours of content, I haven't counted in a while. This step van right here, the propane delivery mobile, that was actually one of the first vehicles we found. We ended up having to abandon it in Irvington and swap out, something I do commonly. But out of sheer nostalgia, when I came back to Irvington hundreds of hours later and many months later, we fixed the bad boy up, and now it is our ammo storage vehicle. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Mason Zion, I really do. Like I said, we will 7 days to die will be afternoon for my work days, which my on-site work days are Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. That'll be the regular schedule. But I will be able to start next Monday because Monday is my orientation for the new on-site place that I'll be working at. So Monday I won't be able to stream in the morning, but I will be able to hop on sometime in the afternoon. And that is when I'll probably boot up a 7 Days to Die run. So starting next Monday. Don't worry, I am definitely interested in doing it myself. But all things in good time. If you had gotten to me and convinced me on this just a little bit before I had gotten started with Louisville, I may have been slightly more amenable to it, but now that we've gotten started with the Louisville process, it is something I would like to definitely finish. If I can, my goals for this weekend in Zomboid are to see if I can break ground on a base in Louisville, like past the checkpoint, past all the zombies beyond the checkpoint and the campsite, and actually maybe even Jericho if I can manage. Jericho is just a place that I call a unlabeled grocery store, kind of strategically well positioned in the center of Louisville. But that was the Muldraw bypass there. Fewer zombies than I was anticipating, which is good. There we are in third year. Hopefully we won't have to drop back down. The choke points may necessitate a little bit of work here. When we get to the areas that are a little bit tighter here. Yeah, it's same job I've been at since 2017, but the it'll be basically when I started this job, I worked at a data center site that is about a 10-minute walk from where I live right now. Then when COVID came through, they closed it down, and we all went permanent telework. Like, it got written into my contract that we're all telework. And that lasted until actually lasted until February. But no, around February of this year, the government was like, no, we need all of, not just the feds to come back in, we need the contractors to come back in too. So, yeah, that's, I unintentionally managed to stave it off for quite a while because I didn't do this on purpose, but my badge expired. I had to go get re-credentialed. And so that was pretty much the only reason I've been able to stream anytime on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for all of February so far. If my credential had not expired, I would have been able to, I would have had to just basically start working on site from the beginning of February. So I have, you could say that I've delayed it, staved it off. Now, that being said, what I've also been doing, I haven't even told my supervisor about this. I'm going to have this conversation with him during orientation, but I have been steadily increasing my the time with which I wake up in the morning, right? So my shift normally is supposed to start at 5 a.m. Because it is a remote shift, I can roll out of bed, sit down, log in, and that's it. When they want me to start working on site for a shift that begins at 5 a.m., for something that may or may not have a 20 to 30 minute commute, I haven't figured it out yet. I know where I'm going, but I don't know the traffic patterns yet. That may involve me like spending another hour in the mornings getting ready and then commuting and then all that shit. I've been setting my alarm back so that I wake up on time, so that I can, have plenty of time to do that in the mornings. It's not been going well. I have been waking up absolutely fucking just, in the mornings these days. See, you guys don't see it as much on Zomboid because usually by the time I've finished all my morning tasks and I'm ready to stream, I'm usually good. Usually. But where I'm going with this is after doing on-site work for a month or two, I'm going to talk to my doctor and make sure that it's not having any impact on my health. Because if it is, you bet your sweet ass I'm going to be putting in for a medical exemption. There are people who have put in for medical exemptions for less than that. My sleep schedule remaining intact is, in my mind, that is a valid request to put in for a medical exemption. They have failed to define very specific parameters for medical exemption, so it's not like people, it's not like it's just meant for people who are, like disabled or anything. Nothing like that. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna rat out my coworkers, but some of my coworkers have done some much shadier shit than that. So I will be having that conversation. So the new schedule that I'm talking about, where I have to work on site 3 days a week, I don't know if that's going to last forever. That is all going to depend on how well I adjust to it. If I adjust to it well, great. I mean, that just means I have a few days off in the middle of the week. I'm not okay with that. But we'll play that by ear and see how it goes. Actually seeing other human beings face to face, there's a valuable to that too. I'm going to be real with you guys, I don't go outside very often. The only time I see other humans face to face is when I go shopping or when I go to the doctor's office or something like that. So actually being forced to work on site might just actually be healthy for me. Instead of not healthy. TBI though, TBI. Very much TBA. So here would be West Point. We have no need to stop here. We've got everything we need. Could not pick anything more up if I tried. We do actually still have a little bit of ammo here at West Point. But it is a small amount, and it's easier to get back to West Point than it is anywhere else. If I wanted to go back to West Point from where I am currently based, it would take like 2 or 3 in-game hours. That's it. It'd be easy peasy. In fact, I probably should do that, but not immediately. We are, now that we have our ammo van coming with us, we are in no way hurting for ammo. We will be good to go on ammo for quite a long time. At some point in the maybe not so distant, at some point in the future, I will have 2-step vans of 14.0 spawn, so correct trunk size, 208 encumbrance in both trunks. That, in Annie's experience, that was more than enough to carry all the ammo on the map that I had looted. And I think that will pan out here for Nora as well. We just need to get bigger step vans. And they need to not be garbage. We have seen a few step vans so far that spawned in on 14.0, but engine quality 35, engine quality 660 something. I will not put effort into fixing up a vehicle, especially not something princely like a step van that is going to be carrying around my ammo Fuck no, I'm not gonna be doing none of that until I find a good one. Here's hoping. I'm definitely okay with that. I've tried the whole date somebody with all the same interests as you. I tried that once. It didn't go well for me, but I'm not like ruling it out. See, one of the problems that I ended up having was when we would end up playing World of Warcraft together, me and my ex-fiance. We would play World of Warcraft together for a lot, and it started to feel like we were just friends after a certain point, and that was actually one of the things she said to me after she broke up with me. She's like, it started to feel like we were just friends, and I don't think she had many other problems than that. There were many other things that went wrong with our relationship. That was barely a factor, but the fact that it was a small contribution has made me reconsider it, because I do think, and this is just from observations of other couples, I do think people need their own interests separate from their spouse. There should definitely be overlap, but I think everybody deserves a little bit of time just to catch a break, because when you live with somebody, sleep with somebody, you know, that's you're spending a lot of time with them, and having a break from them, even if you don't feel like you need it, having just a couple of hours every other day or something like that, probably actually pretty healthy. And I'm like I said, I'm just going by what I've seen other people do. I've never been able to test that for myself, so take that with a grain of salt. I do know for a damn sure that I do not think I would ever want to be in a relationship with somebody else who streams Zomboid. I have never seen that go well, ever. Literally ever. I have never seen a female streamer and a male streamer get together and have it not be an absolute fucking shit show. I'm not saying I would never do it, but there would have to be, like, exigent circumstances to the nth degree. Especially not after what I just saw Chibi Reviews go through. I don't know if anybody watching right now is familiar with Chibi Reviews. He's a bit controversial because he does the Twitter rage bait shit where he goes out there and says really strong opinions with really strong words to boost himself on Twitter. I'm not a fan of that. I'd never like that shit, but I picked up watching a couple of his anime related videos on YouTube. I disagree with some of his shit, disagree with some of it, typical YouTuber response. But I heard about what happened between him and his fiance, and man, I have never heard of shit going that bad. And apparently him and all of his friends, they're all a bunch of streamers. And I was just like, man, that's... It's like there's a direct incentive to let things go wrong in your personal life and then talk about it for clout. I'm not even accusing him of doing that, but like it sure as hell seems to be what happened. He did not hesitate to make some videos about it, and a couple million views on the topic, and it's like, it doesn't sound like anything about that is good. Yeah, that is. There's also that. I think there's an answer to that, KTO. I think there's an answer to that, and the answer needs to be women need some drama in their life to thrive. And I'm not saying that to be disparaging, I know. Only 3% of my audience is female, but I'm not trying to say that to be disparaging. I genuinely think that because women are a little bit more socially inclined, they need to experience some kind of social stimulation. And I think a lot of women will lean towards drama because, I mean, I understand the appeal. It's intriguing to see things play out in other people's lives, especially in a way that is maybe not as good as yours. I used to be that guy who was like, oh man, I can't stand seeing other people want how good their lives are going, and I was bitter about it. But the key thing is, I think there are much better ways to experience that thrill. I mean, hell, my own mother is obsessed with watching the Hallmark Channel, and that's where she gets it from. She's literally told me straight up, no, that's it. I love watching these because it's just, you know, all these interesting things about their relationships and whatnot. So I think there's much better outlets to fill those needs than actually getting involved with, or, you know, commenting on or being a part of other relationships drama. Anyway, we are now back at base, and I am installing the freezer we brought with us. Something I should have done a while ago. In order to install that freezer, I need to be able to pick it up, which means I am dropping a bunch of stuff. Discovery. That another thing is, like, you know, like the true crime series. If you ever look at what novels are popular with who, true crime is really, really, really popular with the ladies. And I think that's just yet another reason that's kind of supporting my theory there, is that true crime, I mean, you can, I mean, I've experienced that for myself, just being like, wow, that shit went really bad for these people. Like, damn. That, I totally understand that particular aspect. Not that I indulge it myself. If I need to live, what's the word? If I need to, live vicariously through someone else, I'm probably just going to watch anime. That's one way to do it. We should have... What's going on here? 2 and 3 should go in one side. And then 1 goes over here, and then I think... Is that it? Is there any loose? Is that it? No loose. Right, there is no loose because I separated it all. Okay. Well, I also just extracted it. Okay. Since we do have room in our own freezer here. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. We have one more fridge all the way down here. This one. And I was just using its freezer for leftovers here. So that's emptied. Now I can pick up the fridge later. Awful stuff with details. Yeah. No, I mean, again, that's the intrigue right there. And intrigue, when you experience intrigue like that, it's always more fascinating to the people who haven't experienced it. I have not experienced, death or murder or anything like that, but I've seen some things that the people who are fascinated with that have never seen, and therefore I think I have a bit of a better understanding of the divide on that. I've seen enough of conflict to know that there's nothing intriguing about it anymore. Absolutely nothing intriguing about it. Which is why conflict doesn't really do it for me anymore. I mean, even in the sphere of anime, right? I don't like watch anime that's like 100% war and fighting and violence. Like Attack on Titan, for example. I enjoyed that a lot, but I enjoyed the political drama far more than I enjoyed the combat. Now, the combat was fun, especially when I was in my 20s and I first got into it. And I mean, in Season 4, when the new 3D MG came out, sure, yeah, that was actually pretty fucking cool. I'm not gonna lie, the new 3D MG was actually really fucking cool. But, no, the combat was never the biggest draw. Especially once you start looking a little deeper into, the really pop sci-fi aspect of it. There's absolutely no way 3D MG would function the way it's shown in the game, or in the series. Isayama actually fucking, he justified it post hoc, ergo proctor hoc, the Ice Burst Stone. Go back through the manga and tell me when Ice Burst Stone was referenced, and then tell me he planned it out all along. Fuck no, he didn't. No, he didn't. He added that there after people criticized the complete lack of feasibility of 3D maneuver gear. Oh yeah, no, Peridito actually has this rare resource not found anywhere else on the planet, and that's how they can have gas that somehow produces enough force to lift a human off the ground and fire anchors that are hard enough to penetrate stone and ceramic bricks and shit. People would have invented 3D MG if it was possible, trust me. Absolutely, they would have. And I think about shit like that in part because I am a person who writes and wants to have a fictional series come out someday. Someday. I'm not in a rush, but I don't want there to be gaps like that in the series. Unless it is a gap that I can, like, let's just say that, I talked about this before, but the series that I'm writing takes place on a super Earth. And what I mean by super Earth is an Earth that is a planet that's like Earth but much bigger. Terrestrial, but a lot bigger. And there's some evidence that super Earths are very limited in their capacity based on planet formation theories, because the terrestrial, there's sort of a cutoff. I don't remember if there was a specific name for this. There's a sort of a cutoff where planets will stop being terrestrial, and because they have sufficient escape velocity, they'll retain lots of hydrogen from the initial formation in the planetary nebula phase. And because of that, they're almost inevitably going to become gas giants. So if you're going to come up with a super Earth that can actually retain, or actually has sufficient mass and escape velocity is high enough that you cannot, or that hydrogen does not escape in the way it does for Earth, right? If there's just hydrogen comes out of a tank in the Earth, like just outside, a lot of that hydrogen will escape from the planet. Like Earth literally does not have the mass to retain free molecular hydrogen. That's why Earth is not a gas giant. But I am of the opinion, and I say opinion because we haven't directly observed any of these planets, right? I'm of the very strong opinion that we don't actually know all of the different things that could occur during planetary formation. My excuse right now is there was a massive collision late in the planetary formation phase that cooked off about 60% of the hydrogen content and left the planet with a atmospheric content that only is about 20% hydrogen, 10% helium, that kind of a breakdown. I forget the exact numbers. I have them written down elsewhere, but yeah. And I go through that, I spent almost a decade writing this shit out before I ever really had a first draft of the story even started. That's how seriously and absurdly specific I take world building. So many other series seem to not do it right, so I'm going nuts with it. As you guys may have noticed, I tend to go nuts with things, just a little bit. We don't have a destination for the other floodlights just yet. We'll find a home for those. Carton of nails. Habitable zone. Habitable zone is sort of a concept that, well, I mean, it's unproven, but it makes sense, if that makes sense. The habitable zone is supposed to be where you get liquid water without temperature extremes being too bad for life, as we know it. And of course, the planet in my series that definitely falls in the correct area for that. The star that it orbits is an A4V stellar class, which means the habitable zone does fall back a little bit due to the higher amount of UV radiation that comes, because A4V is it's like a whitish blue. I describe it as whitish azure in the text. And because it is a blue star, it actually produces a lot more UV radiation, so the habitable zone should be pushed back a little bit because of that. Theoretically. I mean, again, this is all just raw theory. It's not like we've seen any life on other planets to actually compare how it would evolve. For all we know, maybe carbon is not the most efficient way for life to be based. I don't know if I would actually say that truly, because we've done enough chemistry to know that carbon is easily one of the most versatile elements. But we've also only seen what works with the distribution of elements on this planet. That's one of the things that I talk about in my series is the how does a life form that follows similar blueprints to ours, how does that kind of a life form actually respirate hydrogen? As far as we know, the only biological precedent in reality that we have for that is there are some anaerobic bacteria that respirate hydrogen, and because of that, we know it's possible. But if not a single form of anything higher life than like amoeba or just microscopic life, if nothing higher than that is capable of respirating hydrogen, is it possible? Or is it just the fact that there's no hydrogen in Earth's atmosphere, and therefore there's nothing for life? Life is going to evolve to make use of resources that are available to it, generally speaking. And that's the fact that there's no hydrogen available in our atmosphere. Of course, that's going to logically limit how many life forms are ever going to adapt to actually utilize hydrogen, because otherwise there's no point. Anything that would have been able to use it is going to be beaten out by something that just focuses on oxygen. That coffee does not go in there, but all the rest of this can go in here for now. Flour needs to go in the top counter here. That's all the heavy food that we're using. I have actually not seen The Expanse, and I somewhat regret that. I need to get that on my watch list, because when I told my brother about Terra Invicta, he was like, dude, that's just like The Expanse. And I'm like, that's really cool, because Terra Invicta is one of the best hard sci-fi games I've ever played. If anybody's not familiar, I do have some other videos on my channel of me playing Terra Invicta. I love that game very much. And because one of the reasons I tolerate its terrible UI is because it is a really, really, really good hard sci-fi series. Everything I just nerded out about life evolving in different ways to use different resources, literally everything I just talked about is applicable to the presentation of the aliens in Terra Invicta. And that is why I enjoy it so much. I will play Terra Invicta again someday. I'm not finished with my campaign. I will play it again someday, but there has been a update that came out, so it's been kind of pushing me back a little bit, because I actually don't know if my save's going to be compatible. We'll find out. We will absolutely find out someday. Yeah, that was what my brother told me. He was like, when I showed him the spaceships in Terra Invicta, he was like, yeah, it's just like, and Terra Invicta kind of actually red-pilled me on a lot of concepts for space travel. A lot of people want spaceships to look cool, and I understand that completely. You'll never hear me talk shit about the rule of cool. Again, I watch Attack on Titan almost more than any other anime. I understand the rule of cool, trust me. But my, whatchamacallit, the spaceships, especially warships, as far as we know it, unless there's something out there that can produce artificial gravity, which could change a lot of things. As far as we know, the only way to produce artificial gravity is centripetal force. You make your spaceship rotate in a circle. I don't think we have anything. I don't think the ISS does that. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think any of our existing space stations do that. But it is a well-understood theory that is a possibility, and probably will be within our lifetimes. I predict we'll see something like that. But yeah, so if that is the case, if there is no such thing as artificial gravity, and the only way to get a experience that is anywhere close to the normal experience for life forms like us is to make your ship rotate, then you want something that can easily rotate. Now, when you think about space combat, you think about attack surfaces. What is the best way to make something that can selectively have a very narrow attack surface? There's a very simple shape. It's a cylinder. You make your spaceship a cylinder, and you have all of your strongest cannons in the nose of that cylinder. So get big spinal mounts and slap them into the nose of the spaceship, and have the engines in the back. And then what you do is when you're fighting your target in space, you want to be able to rotate so that only your nose is facing the target, so that produces the smallest attack surface, while also giving you the ability to produce centripetal rotation, so that when you're not in combat, when everybody's not locked in their seats and everything, you can rotate the ship and actually have a semi-normal experience for the crew living inside of it. Because 0G for a very prolonged period of time, that's actually well understood to be not healthy. You don't want to be in a 0G environment for like an extreme long period of time, because microgravity it's bad for you. But that's a problem that probably won't be solved until we solve the what the fuck is it, Van? There's a radiation that we start to see when we leave Earth orbit. I don't think that's been solved either. It's one of the reasons the Apollo missions were so short, is because we haven't really solved the problem of I don't think we've solved the problem of deep space radiation. Many problems left to be solved before we get our sci-fi future. I think about that kind of shit all the time. I literally can't stop thinking about it sometimes, even while I'm playing video games. We did blow past our bedtime, partially because I can't figure out where to put this coffee. Painkillers can go here. I hate putting a not filled bullet of coffee in here. Let's just put it in here. It's fine. And let's gear back up, and then we are settled in. Everything has been transported. We have spent Christmas doing very important things. Very important things. Not just yapping, but getting stuff done. Okay, off to bed we go. I will put a I'll put a kibosh on the yap. I know some people don't mind hearing the yap. I'm ambivalent on it, but if I run my mouth too much, then I lose my voice. Y'all got to be careful getting me talking about something that I'm interested in, because I won't shut up. Some of these magazines are empty, aren't they? Yeah, one is empty. We need to get rid of the empty. Yeah, I imagine. That, of course, again, I talk about material science a lot. Material science is I think it is the single most underrated aspect of science. If there is one thing that I could hope to accomplish with the series that I'm writing, the fictional series I'm writing, is I hope to inspire a few people to get good at material science. If I can do that, then my life will be a success. That is the way I look at it, because material science is going to be what makes everything, all the cool shit that my characters can do. I'm doing my absolute best to make sure all of that is happening within the realm of possibility for material science, right? I didn't mention this before, but one of the only reasons that they are a life form similar to us that can respirate hydrogen is because they, if you think about the way we respirate oxygen, we breathe air in, muscles with our lungs, the lungs fill up with air, the lungs extract oxygen into our bloodstream. And the way the blood is able to carry the oxygen is a iron metalloprotein in the red blood cell. So how would we do something similar with hydrogen? Hydrogen is a lot harder to contain and carry than oxygen, because I mean, the interaction between oxygen and iron is what makes life as we know it capable of respirating oxygen. That's the baseline of aerobic respiration, as far as I understand it. But how do you apply that to molecular hydrogen? Something that has such a radical potential for escape that our own planet literally can't hold it down. Material science. It's not biology, it's material science. The way the species in my series do it is, I call them golden blood cells, and it is a palladium metalloprotein, not a iron metalloprotein. So palladium is on Earth it's a rare metal. On Earth we call it a rare earth metal, I think. It's also nicknamed white gold. It's very rare on Earth. It's like the 42nd most abundant by mass, if I'm not mistaken. On my planet, it is actually the 4th most abundant by mass because of the same collision that cooked off the hydrogen from the atmosphere late in the planet's formation. Was basically a planetoid-sized chunk of palladium that came from a nearby star formation event. And I can actually justify that somewhat as not just being a coincidence. Because the star formation event that developed the planet in my series is occurring within like a couple thousand astronomical units of the Sagittarius A star, the black hole at the center of our galaxy. And what happens there is the black hole is just, there are like, I think right now there's several, I don't even know the exact number, there's dozens, if not hundreds of stars that are in a direct orbit around the black hole itself. And what that, I think we have evidence that there was a star formation event a couple dozen million years ago near the galactic center. And when I talk about a star formation event, I mean much, much, much broader real estate than just what would be directly affected by the black hole. But that's sort of a soft canonical way of where the planet in my series came from, because the planet in my series takes place about 8.5 million years ago. So the whatchamacallit, it would be more proximal to that star formation event. But yeah, that's kind of the key, how they utilize hydrogen in their bloodstream to make their muscles do things that we would never be able to do. That's all made possible by the golden blood cells, which use a palladium metalloprotein. Palladium to the denizens of my series is sort of just an essential nutrient like calcium is to us. And they don't get it, like, you know, directly. It's not like they eat palladium. And then no. Palladium is sort of like a salt. It passes up through the food chain. For almost every other life form on the planet is going to use it at some point, because from a evolutionary biology perspective, anything that would have evolved to actually utilize hydrogen as part of their metabolism is going to probably fare a little bit better, seeing as the atmosphere has plenty of it. So that's kind of my justification for how it all passes up through the food chain and actually empowers humanoids, similar in scale and scope to us. There's other differences. There was a part of me that wanted to write entirely alien creatures, you know, didn't even look like us. I kind of decided against that for aesthetic reasons. Trying to get people interested in a story about things that are totally alien, which is probably more likely what they would end up looking like. That'd be a big ask. That would really limit, because again, there's no humans in my series, right? My series takes place. It's what's the word? High fantasy. It takes place entirely in another realm. There's no connection to the humans as we know it. Again, 8 million years ago, there are no humans to be connected to, and we're doing hard sci-fi, so there's no time travel bullshit. So, yeah, lots of fun stuff. A-Lamaus, as it were. You could say that I am a soft ascribant to the theory that the human form, you know, 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, is sort of I'm not going to call it like super optimal, but very, 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 very ideal, close to ideal form of life. And so there are some theories that other life forms would actually evolve to look a little bit like us if they functioned like us on the inside, because our form and the things that make us the apex predators that we are. I mean, especially the endurance factor. The endurance factor is how we are so efficient, is one of the biggest reasons we're at the top of the food chain. Look up exhaustion hunting. I know I mentioned that before. So we got a 60 fry there. That'll be for after we eat up the rest of the pie. What? I did not realize that somebody had made a PZ space mod. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. And I say that feels fascinating to me because I have no idea how you could still make it PZ at that point. How do you get to space? How do you get back from space? You get you get a rocket into the air when most of humanity, all but 5% of humanity is gone. That is that's pretty wacky right there. Anyway, we after locking the app, I think we are set to resume activities at the checkpoint. We have spent a lovely Christmas with peace on Earth, sort of, kind of, maybe. Our ammo van is where it should be. And one can say all is right with the world. The first thing we're going to take out of the ammo van is another carton of 357, because that's really good stuff. We've been shooting a lot of it, and I would like to shoot a lot more. We should have a loose box in our backpack already. Just going to open that up straight up. And then it is time to gear back up. So, shotgun on the back. Loose boxes of 357. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just because they're lightweight. And so that leaves us with about 120 shotgun shot. Or 112 rounds of 357. And we will take 2 additional boxes of shotgun. If we need more, we'll fall back. I don't need to be too greedy. The ambulance is not going to be far from where we are. Not at all. We won't be looting, so I don't need to use backpacks. Alright, that keeps our Should keep our carrier weight to a reasonable dull roar. Yeah. With the shotgun in our hands, we are foot mobile, no longer super encumbered. Hell, at this rate, we can even put it on our back. We do want to hold on to that roasting pan, and we also want to bring forward the all the perishables that we put straight in the fridge. I'll need to do something with these strawberries ASAP, because these strawberries are going stale. I'm just going to throw them in a salad and eat them. These strawberries have been frozen since last May, I think, when I harvested them. So yeah, these strawberries are they're troopers. They've lasted for quite a while, but we took more out than we needed for the pie. Alright. Feels bad to delete them, but we're done with them. Those, and then the rest are perishables that will be dropped off at the destination. How about some cabbage, too, for the destination? Great, that'll keep us going for quite a while. I want that... We already have a construction light by battery power at our destination. How about a second? ¿Por qué no los dos? Okay. And the only vehicle that needs to come with us right now is the ambulance, now that we have topped it up on its cartons of spare ammo. And we're off. That garbage bag on the floor right there is just small form food. Non-ingredient small form food, so I do not need that. That was mostly just stuff I collected for... if I wanted to bake something nice in the future. It should be up here with me as I move further into Louisville. And I am glad that I remembered this. We have a back door into our warehouse base now. Just like the West Point base, all we gotta do is go straight down the tracks and take a left. Okay. I'm gonna put the construction lights in the... Oh, I can fit it in the ambulance. Holy crap, it's a perfect fit. Just out of luck. Okay, now before we get started, last thing I need to do here is... I do need to step away briefly, IRL. Just for a moment. And, then we are probably fit to deploy. I am actually going to pause the game because we have good weather today, and I want to make good use of every second. So normally I don't even pause the game when I step away. But we're making a brief exception just because we have good weather today, and I would like to make use of every second of it. So I'll be right back, folks. Just a minute or two here. Alright folks, I am back. I hope everybody enjoyed the chair. I appreciate everybody sticking around. We are ready to take another bite of that checkpoint. Also known as something that I put in the stream title. I do hope that nobody is too disappointed in me for that, because we did end up having quite a large side quest there. But it was fun, I enjoyed it. And it was necessary, because we needed to go get some more ammo, which we did. And I never did recover my sledgehammer. It's still on the floor, right past the gate, so that's fine. Speaking of the gate, we want to very carefully open it. I'm going to put 2 liters in here, just 2 liters. So I'm going to siphon 2 liters out of my tank here, because it can fit 2 liters. I don't want to be like too crazy with this generator because it's not going to be a, this is not one of my primary bases, but I do want to keep it running. I always carry around a 2 liter, an empty 2 liter bottle for activities like that. Alrighty. The thought has crossed my mind to make make my own road going back to 31 West here. Where we're going, we don't need roads. At least not one that long. Because once we're done with that warehouse base, we won't need to be driving back and forth on that particular terrain a billion times. It will not be a, Alright, so now what we need to do is, well, not leave the engine running. But we need to be stealthy about this. I do not want to attract attention to myself until I open the gate, because I actually I don't want them to break the gate. As far as what I believe my theory was correct. See, not a single zombie is outside of the gate area right now, and that is because we left it closed. But we're going to need to pop it open and then not let them break it. That's why I love these 4-tile gates. This is why I love them so much. Because we can do shit like that. Even there's 3 zombies on it, and I can still do shit like that. Now I need to get my mask on. Should have pulled the cordage. Mask's on. Yeah, 2 liters with gas is a great way to have pre-measured parcels to move around vehicles that are going to need it. Oh shit, our mask is in the passenger seat, along with our armor. We're going to armor up as well. Alright, mask on, off we go. I predict we may have some all the way up here by now. Just one. I've noticed a strange issue with their lunge patterns, and it only seems to happen while we're enclosed here. Haven't figured it out. Maybe I won't have to, but I should be aware of it for now. Cannot reliably predict that they'll lunge at the correct distance. 99.95% of the time, zombies have a very predictable lunge pattern. As in, I understand completely at what distance. Holy shit. I never would have considered to bring Reloading 4. Okay, I need to read that book at some point in the not-too-distant future. I have multiple copies of it. We don't have to go all the way back to Riverside. But yeah, interesting. Okay. Reloading is one of those skills. On Annie, I don't think I ever got past level 8 despite reading the book. So I'm not going to be that crazy about the book, but still. I can't remember when I actually got to level 8 on Annie. I remember I did, I just don't remember when. Slow ones to the left. Going back slightly. I'm trying to stay ahead of the stress if I can. Okay, we're staying ahead of the stress. We have successfully made ingress in the initial juncture here, which means all threats are now in this cone ahead of us. Unfortunately, this stupid power, if I had the temerity to decide to cut the fence a little further back, I would have. Head on a swivel, because even though I'm 90% sure my 6 is clear, I cannot be 100. We're going to switch to the 9mm soon. Hey, we might be alright. The sandbag here qualifies as a low fence, so I could get more efficient kills with the 9mm. But if they're just going to be in a pile there, then the shotgun is just as good because we're still getting buck hit. I do like how the sandbags make a unique sound when a zombie flips over them. It has not been fully immersed in my memory banks yet, but see, one of the problems is it sounds a little bit like something wooden that's about to break. There's a little bit of a crossover there. But no, I'm feeling good about this. I have not even needed to pull out the 9. Here's how I'm going to handle this. We're just going to fall back. That's all. Just going to fall back briefly. And the reason for that is everybody who was slapping the fence, with a few exceptions, most everybody who was slapping the fence decided to start moving all of a sudden. How does that work? Very interesting, isn't it? Yeah, literally everybody who was slapping the fence, they're moving now. It's almost as if you just got to give them a break from all the constant noise. I understand that. Triple kill. Press fill up again. It's going to be the ones back here doing that. Falling back. We can line of sight them if we need to. This unfortunately leaves me very... I can't see what's going on if I do that, so I can only do that for a couple seconds at a time. Probably not going to be able to do it long enough. Oh, hang on. Here we go. I can line of sight them without being vulnerable. I just got to use it. I got to do shit like that more often. Now I am very not vulnerable. Asterisk. The chances of anybody coming from this direction around this corner, basically zilch. Now here's something curious. What if I make a noise right here? Just a really loud noise right here. Zombies do not see me, but they hear the sound. Does that mean that many of the ones who are slapping are going to come around now? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. but I have assumed many things about how zombies work, and I've noticed enough exceptions that I'm not going to take no hardline stances no more. The more I do this, the harder it is for me to assume that the gameplay flow of getting stressed out because of fence ladders and then being unable to aim, that feels too consistent to be accidental. It really does. I'm starting to think that this is exactly what the Indie Stone wants. They want to make this feel harder and more annoying. It just, I mean, how many times can they slip on a banana peel and just end up feet first on the side of our experience is more miserable? How many times are they going to be able to do that before people just say, yeah, they're doing it on purpose? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that question. That one's for the jury. I mean, what I really want right now, and shouldn't be that tall of an order, I just want the fences to be able to break. I'm so sick of unbreakable fences that cause stress when they get slapped. You want steel to not be able to be broken by human hands? Okay. Give me a crowbar that never breaks then. They'll never do that. So, pick a fucking lane. Stick to it. Sorry, I'm not actually... I would never actually talk like that if I got to talk to the Indie Stone devs. But if I actually got to talk to them, I feel like I would understand whether they were being malicious or not. Though I wouldn't need to. Not being able to hear anything from them is definitely one of the decisions of all time. Definitely not heavily contributing to anything. Speaking of things that are not accidents, we do technically have a drivable path here. I don't know if you guys are seeing it. By sledgehammer or weld away this side, we've got an almost drivable path here. I don't know if I'll be able to hold on to that forever, but that's the dream, right? That's what I live for. Drivable roads. I'm a simple man. I think it's time to open some boxes of ammo, because we could use a little bit of everything right now. Okay, that's all the boxes we brought. Many more where that came from. That asshole in there, I don't have any way to deal with him until he comes outside. Hopefully he'll be able to path to that. We do have to eat. We'll see about that. See how I play that. Might have to fall back. We might be moving up, boys. We might be moving up. Maybe not. .360 degrees you could have gone in. You had to go in the one that didn't have an opening. So we're super hungry. If we move all the way up here, though, we'll be outside the stink range, so we can actually take a bite to eat. This scenario right here, where I prefer not to start shooting this far up yet, this scenario is where I would love to have a spear. And yet, I did not make one because I'm a doofus. I've been known to doof. I'm going to fall back for a second here. I have an idea, and I've had this idea for a while now. I would like to try it before the minimum viability goes away. Oh, well. Right when I have this idea, it starts snowing, which is going to negatively impact my aim, which is going to cause other problems. It's alright. Well, not the end of the world. Favorable. You know what? While it's snowing, I'm going to take a quick break from combat, and I'm going to loot a few Zed corpses here because, as you can see, we got a skeleton already. The main group that we've destroyed, the main group is not yet at risk of decaying to the point where the loot on them goes away. But we're moving in that direction now. Trailer is completely full, mostly of welding stuff that I didn't end up needing yet. But TBA on that, we may actually need it. While we're in the ambulance, we'll open up another couple of them there shotgun boxes. Hold the phone. The encumbrance of my backpack is currently 13.37. Nobody would believe me if I didn't screenshot that. That's actually a very hard thing to, like, trust me, that is a very hard... You would need things like paper clips and Band-Aids to get something that precise, intentionally. So I'm going to operate under the assumption that I'm going to want to move in this direction in the future. Go around all the corpses. I left my axe on the floor, somewhere nearby. We'll want to get that. It does belong in the ambulance, not on the floor. The sledgehammer is, that actually belongs on the floor because the ambulance has a spare. Belongs on the floor till I'm done with it. There you are. perimeter check before we cut those. Looking alright. There aren't that many more Zeds to the south because we already looked through the... We already did a good look-see through the train station. Or the rail authority. Did a pretty decent look through that. Now, what I want long-term is, I want to annihilate these fences here, get the sandbags out of the way, replace them with a gate of my own, and then park a throwaway car in front of them. The criteria for the throwaway car just needs to be something that will start when I, you know, higher engine quality than 50, so it'll actually fucking start when I need it to. Beyond that, it does not need to be anything special. And it does need to be a little bit longer than a dart, so basically anything but a dart can do it. Oh, we never got flanked because we literally couldn't. I forgot about this. I have no qualms opening this door now. Or this road right here. I have no qualms opening this road, because this road will, there's no way for the Zeds inside the checkpoint to use this road. It would just be a few Zeds from the rail yard that would come through this way if they could. In order to remove these fences, all we need is a welder's mask and a welder's torch. Because thankfully, even though zombies can attack these, so can we. And my way of attacking them is much more effective. Couple of incoming here. Should not be too difficult. Try to deal with them quietly if I can. Now the number of Zeds who should come through here, I feel like they are somewhat limited. But I do not know for sure. In fact, I would like to get ahead of that now and just take out a fair few of them. Or at least whatever I can see. There's a few all the way down there. Now we've also got this, what is this, like a... It looks like a reinforced gravel bag is what it looks like. Military barrier. Is it possible to move? It is not possible to move. Therefore, I will sledge it. Thankfully, there's so few of them left on the side that we only have a few stragglers. That'll probably remain consistent as long as we don't go start shooting again. Yet. Big yet. So in addition to the sledgehammer that's still on the floor back there, we've got our important red one. We're also out of water. That's another reason I'm going this direction. Because once we get through here, we can stop by the rail authority. There's another reason I'm going the rail authority. Beyond that, we will see how viable that reason is. What do I need here? I need a little, something I like to call the MSR 788. Maybe a little ammo for it. Maybe a little one of them there, cartons of ammo for it. Now what do I do with the MSR 788? We're just going to mosey on upstairs here. Now, how do I prevent myself from getting flanked by randos that I did not account for? That shouldn't be too hard. I've got filing cabinets right here. Zombies would have to break through these to get to me. So there's only one roof access on this side. How's about we block it up? We'll come back later, build a door if this remains viable. I have no idea if it'll remain viable. But would you look at this? We're a rooftop survivor now. That's not a very good shot, is it? That is not a very good shot. Aiming level 8 and an 8x scope is not enough to compensate. So what I'm going to do is try to make this a little easier on myself. We're going to find a magazine, read it, get rid of the stress, because that is reducing our aim. And then we are going to... I'm parsing whether I should drink a coffee. Parsing that still. Possibly. That didn't get rid of the stress. What was I at? The rest of my pie there. Christmas pie. Delicious stuff. I'm gonna smoke. Fucking worthless things. Truly worthless. Imagine showing stress reduction and not actually reducing my stress. I didn't even see the modal change. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it does work. I had no feedback to indicate that it worked or not. But, okay, there we go. Alright, so we got rid of the stress. Stress, that was one factor. The other factor is fatigue. We can work with that too. All we got to do is there's a half. I'm going to take a half swig of the coffee, and it's going to be the coffee that I didn't add anything to. That should keep us combat effective without fatigue until like close to bedtime, theoretically. So it shouldn't mess up our sleep schedule, but it should give us that kick we need. Only caffeine was not so fickle in real life. We're actually making better use of caffeine in game than we could in real life at this point. Truth be told, if like 10 zombies suddenly showed up right here, I'm not sure how I would exactly handle that. That's mostly to make sure that if there's like a one-off who gets up here, that they don't nab me while I'm off guard. That's a little better. Still couldn't one-shot, though. The light is probably working against us, too. and my main targets are going to be to the right. I care a lot more about these guys than I do the ones behind the fence, because these are the guys who may eventually make their way around to flank me. So I think our effective range is actually right around where the sidewalk begins. So I actually have a bit of a my own wayfinder here. Not bad. I kind of like this. That sounded closer than it should have been. But that's what we got our barricade for. It looks like the fence, just the fence right there, is actually reducing our aim, which that does make sense. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. This fence is only one floor high. We're 3 floors up. I ain't no triangulation expert, but I feel like we should be in a better spot than that. But look at this. It's pretty quiet to the south now. I don't expect... I mean, I can't say that I won't just randomly get one coming up from behind now that I've opened that side of the fence. I had always on a swivel. Even before I opened that side of the fence, I had my head on a swivel. Ooh, what do we got here? Can I reach that guy? Too far. Alas. I don't know where he's going. Gunshots this way, pal. Ooh, there's one right there that I can reach. And we're losing daylight, though. Yeah, this shot is really bad. If I actually land it... He wandered outside of my range. Oh, come on now, pal. Don't be like that. If I took a shot, it would lure him back, but... whatever, I'll just go kill him. But you see, it's those guys. Those guys probably wouldn't be there if I had not opened the fence. So you could say that I opened Pandora's box, and you wouldn't be wrong. You know what? I might replace that fence with a gate. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I carry around duffel bags full of materials capable of building a gate. More often than not, it's for bases, but I mean... yeah, this is a very, very valid purpose for it. I can't guarantee its safety, but that's okay. And I might not need a duffel bag. I mean, really, we should have all the materials we need. So we already yeeted the battery from, I'm gonna come back here as an overnight task. We're gonna recover the D6. There's a Chevalier D6 down there. We're gonna recover that. All of my vehicle recovery kit is mostly in the Corvette right now. So we'll come back with the Corvette overnight, recover that. We'll use it to block the opening we made. See, most zombies who want to go around the fence have to do what this guy's doing. This guy's doing it the way God intended. He's going around the horn. Meanwhile, we opened up some freaking Panama Canal bullshit. Or, sorry, Suez Canal bullshit. This guy was he's going around the horn like a real man. Speaking of real and fake, what's going on with those glows? Why is there still something glowing in the top right corner of my screen? What's going on there, Andy Stone? It's been almost a week now since we set that fire. Whatever. So this is one of the two that I saw. The other one is probably still close to the I don't want to risk that. I could go through the blue step van, but I don't want to risk it. There could be somebody on the other side of that. Mask on. Silent but deadly motherfuckers. Oh, would you look at that? We got a little congregation up there. Move my light source up a little bit here. Did I just run out of battery over here? Or was that a light bulb? That was a light bulb. We can deal with that. I believe this Chevalier Dart right here was not full-on garbage. Yeah. I do like having AoE light instead of just my flashlight. I don't even know if there's a super objective purpose to that. It just, I feel better with it. AoE lights instead of just my regular flashlight. It's a mental thing. Look at this, we've already got a skeleton here. I really do got to get to work looting if I want any of the stuff here. There's at least one to the right. Ah, there you are. Not interested in shooting right now. Oh, look at... I say that, and then the snow stops. But yeah, the current goal is to just get this fence buttoned up. If we get this fence buttoned up, then they won't be coming out of this place. I'm going to move my sledgehammer. I'm just going to leave it here. We literally don't have room in the van right now. Just going to move my sledgehammer somewhere where I'm even more likely to see it, like right here. None of the ones to the north are aggroed right now, it seems. Yeah, they're just grouping up. Okay. It is... I was kind of thinking I'd do looting as an overnight task. This is a colossal loot job, and I don't think I'm mostly just going to focus on a couple of military backpacks of the not forced camo variety. Maybe some dog tags, maybe, if I see them. Lockets I almost always grab if I see. Noonan. I used to know a guy named that. He's pretty cool. Ernie, I just wonder what Gannon's up to. Alright, so we got, this is what I spotted in this pile, was a gun bag. That would be an MSR 788 in perfect condition, an unattached X4. I'm not too concerned about that, but it's nice to have a spare. I think I recently replaced my, the one that I'm actively rocking. I'm pretty sure we're reaching a point where there are so many zombies that actually getting through all of them is going to be asking a lot of this game. Yeah, no, I understand completely. Clarice Cochran. That's a funny name. There's the floor. I know for a fact we had at least one desert camo back. I can see it. I can see it. So I don't even need to see the loot on the Zeds. I just need to scroll until I see the outline of the dude with the backpack. I might not be close enough. Thank goodness for outlines. Lynn Abraham, thank you for your service and your backpack, which I can't carry, so I'm going to put it in my hand. She was carrying perfume. Found the butter bar, boys. Now, some of these Zeds may have, some of the Zeds carrying the backpacks may have fallen on their ass. The one thing that I find about representation of the military in this game, I find it unforgivable just how many service member zombies are not equipped with a gun at all versus how many just, you know, like random feds. It's just the proportion, right? Why are there so many like law enforcement and fed zombies that actually have their fucking weapon, while so many like actual military zombies don't? I suppose I can understand if they never made it to the armory. That would explain a few of them, but like 95% of them, really? It's like the opposite ratio for these for the feds here. Like Agent Though here, whatever agency he came from. This guy had both of his guns. He has his primary and his backup. I mean, these troops were in active deployment when they turned. This military checkpoint is an active deployment activity. They would have been armed if they were standing guard. I mean, we even in the lore we got reports that civilians were getting sniped, but I guess that's being explained by the fact that we've got the ghillie suit dudes with the MSR 788, so that actually is accounted for. It's the regular troops, I guess. They're probably the ones... Hey, an M16 magazine, I'll take that. Thank you, thank you. The regular troops who would have been on the front lines here, they're probably some of the most likely to have run out of ammo and had to maybe ditch their weapon, or just, you know, turned after losing. I suppose if a weapon was in the zombie's hand when they turned, they'd be likely to just drop it. That tells me that there should be more weapons on the ground, though. Yeah, KTO, yeah, I think you said that right as I started saying it. Well, makes sense, doesn't it? The only part that doesn't make sense is that we ain't seeing no M16s on the floor up here. It is past my bedtime. We should go ahead and hit the sack. I'm going to stay up just a little later because there is a small possibility that I might come back overnight. Some of these zombies might be skeletons because we're already seeing a couple, like one or two. And I haven't given up hope on seeing an intact set of military boots. I could use a few backups. I can always use backup military boots because laundry. And the extremely rare chance of just randomly getting a hole in your boots. It's happened already once to Nora. It's happened once already. Glass M16s. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. It's, you could almost call it a glass cannon. Well, at least we found a few fed zombies with weapons. That'll amount to some ammo and one or two repairs. We have at least, we're standing on the spot with the single most corpses probably in the map. And the worst part about big piles like this is I actually cannot tell when we've looped back through the pile. That's how big these piles are. Ooh, those are pretty. Really, really pretty violet undies. Here's a key to the army right here. That's not... We found a lot of those at the Brandenburg military checkpoint, but I never found anything they actually opened. We just got the keys to the army, boys. I guess that's all it is. It unlocks the army. Is there still an army here to unlock? Probably not. Okay, that's everything in the... We've parsed through almost every corpse in the biggest kill zone here. I remember vividly seeing at least one desert camo dude on the outside, and I think I remember where he is. So we can at least come home with 2 desert camo backpacks. That would make me quite happy. There it is. My memory has served me well once again. It's quite literally the only thing I've got that serves me this well. Something in my brain meat is telling me he wasn't the only one with a backpack we killed back here. But at this point, we've got 2 desert camos. That is a trophy enough for now. Yeah. I'm just going to turn off the battery lights because they don't need to be on right now. Now that we're piecing out. Speaking of, I'm going to extract the. We brought another floodlight. Oops, wrong side. We brought another floodlight. I'm going to extract that from the trunk and deploy it. We don't even need to upgrade it to we don't need to upgrade it to a battery or anything. We'll just leave it here for now. Better here than where I don't need it. And we're out. Very successful day. Oops. Do I have the capacity to pick that up? Possibly not. I would like to if I can. Because it does not need to be all the way out here. If I want to build another barricade, I'll use masonry. But we don't need to think about that for quite a minute. I forgot to close the gate. That's kind of okay-ish. We are going to come back here after we get our first sleep. So we're going to deploy with the Corvette to go recover that other vehicle. So I don't even really need to bring the ambulance inside tonight. You need to shut off the light bar. Got a little sad from being uncomfortable for so long. Good thing we've got ourselves a really nice stir fry here. I'll take care of that. And last but not least, off comes the armor. Okay. We are a bit stressed. How many books left here? We read them all. If I could get rid of agitated, I would. That's asking a bit much, though. That is asking a bit much. I can't think of any other stress reduction vectors that I have in the area. Look, it is. I don't want to go to sleep stressed because I will wake up sad if I do. Oops. And actually get a little cold because we didn't put gloves and hat on. Oh, look at that. It's almost freezing and we're still good. We, despite it being looted and trashed, we had so much inclement weather that it actually felt justified to just spend a day or two cleaning everything up, which we did. It was great. I can put away some of this stuff now. Let me, this is a spare MSR 788. We can put that in a place with the stuff. Somewhere visible, ideally. Wait, what? Oh, that's my MSR 788. Oops. The other MSR 788, the one I picked up. Yeah. Stuff that needs to go back with us can go in that bag right there. Didn't even have to break out the M9. That was great. It's a cold pack in there. I'm going to hold on to that first aid kit. We don't actually have any... There's no stockpiles of first aid at this location. So it is actually prurient to our interests to hold on to a... had to have a first aid kit here. So everything I put in this satchel is just low priority stuff. I do want the guns to not be in there, and the baking pan belongs in the kitchen. These guns, let's extract the ammo. Now, I said something about doing an overnight task. We do not have the action economy for that. We need to go to sleep as soon as the game will let us. And I'm hoping it will let us as soon as we're done with this stuff here. Found an M9 on a Z. We rack it and load that magazine. Look at that. We got another M9 magazine. So these SN38 revolvers, I'm going to place one, because that's in pretty good condition, and then these other two, I'm going to use one to repair the other. Because we have a lot of these, so even though it's not bringing it all the way back to perfection, and both of them are still kind of above average, we have so many of them, it's fine, it's fine. I'd much rather just consolidate them to all be in good condition instead of carrying around anything in lower condition. And then the optimal thing to do if you were actually struggling for good high condition guns, the optimal thing would be to wait until like both guns were low condition and then have somebody who's high level maintenance, high level shooting, then they do the repairs. We are max level maintenance. We are level 8 aiming, so we are kind of okay, but there's nobody better. I'm talking more in a multiplayer NPC scenario. And then the spare ammo we pulled out goes into the ambulance. Is there anything else that does? Yes. We're going to pack back up the 762. With the precipitation outside, I don't expect we'll be doing too much. At least we won't be doing any sniping. I won't speak to any other forms of combat yet. As expected, we are getting a little chilly outside right now, and that's okay. But we don't want that to happen when we go to sleep. We're going to bundle up a little bit here. I am actually wearing the hood, so that's probably why I didn't get cold last night. Okay, everything looking good. I'll finish organizing this later. I just want to see if the game will let me sleep. And then it will. So we can get our second sleep now. So we've got a stir fry that'll last us for the rest of this morning. Then we'll need something to get us through the day after that. So we'll do a little cooking here. When I say a little cooking, why don't we just get as much of these ingredients into roasts as we can, reasonably. Do one whole potato as a starter. Pumpkin chunks next. Let's bat some carrots. We have enough. We only have leftovers. I hate having things uneven. So how about we'll do, well, that's fine. We'll do 2 carrots. And then a couple of extra chunks for these 2. And then 2 helpings of rabbit meat for everything else. But these will be all over the place. That's fine. Season them up. Yeah, these all came out pretty good. One of them is a little bit less than the rest, and that's going to be our food for today. Supplement the stir fry we're rocking right now. Alright, so 150, 370s. Put the 70s back in. And 50 goes with us. That's food for about a day and a half. Feeling good about that. Should have added garlic to them. Too late. Alright. We don't have enough garlic for to use up the rest of the ingredients that we, the perishables we have, so that's okay. And the last thing I'm going to do is since we have a surplus of water right now, I'm just going to wash her. And just her. Believe it or not, if you just wash yourself, that actually, that gets rid of some unhappiness. So if we had any extra unhappiness that we didn't see because the Moodle wasn't there yet, that will have gotten rid of it. So just taking a bit of a bath, an early morning bath. Sort through the rest of this. I want to disassemble the walkie-talkies I got from the feds because I could use some spare batteries and electrical parts. Do I need my own? Yeah, I need my own spare battery right now. Almost forgot about that. Hell, I'm going to hold on to the light bulbs too, because the light bulbs are something that may burn out on us if we keep using those field lights. Okay, everything we've got on us right now is good to stay with us. These spare M16 mags can go in the van. Wait, where's the other military backpack? Oh, left it on the floor, right. Somebody left their lunch. So this is now our bag of bags for the local area. If I need a spare satchel, I'll come back and grab that. I was actually considering having a spare satchel because when I'm not carrying around my my field tools, which I'm not currently because I need to be equipped for hard combat, I'm not carrying around my field tools, then it would behoove me to at least have like a satchel that doesn't have much in it, so that I can toss stuff in it when the need arises. I have a few spare electronics, so I'm going to do another repair over here. Spent a little bit more time this morning than I would have preferred doing all this sorting, but that is okay. I am nothing if not meticulous. Is this empty? This is empty. Shit, I did not want to do that. We don't need the trailer yet. Next time we want to do a barricade, we come back and get it, because it'll have the stuff for that. I lucked out by finding this Corvette and happening to have a very nice set of throwaway vehicle parts that I could fix it up with. In the future, instead of relying on luck, I should just take one of the many Corvettes I will have stockpiled elsewhere on the map before going to Louisville. One of those should definitely be coming with me. There was a part of me that never wanted to bring forward a sports car because surely I would find a race car, right? Perhaps that was my hubris right there. Theoretically, I could use these. I could use those barriers as a way to prevent any Zeds from getting out. That's all right. All right, so we're gonna mask up, but we're not gonna armor up yet. We're not gonna. We don't. I don't expect to see large groups yet until we pull forward, like further, deeper than we've gone yet. Wanted to put the reading material in here, as well as a spare water bottle, because that actually was a problem once already. And then M16 magazines, 2 more to the collection. And this extra light fixture equipment can go back here too. Everything else, including the armor, we'll hold on to the armor. Because even though we're not armoring up yet, we are absolutely want to be ready to armor up any moment. There's one of my coffees that I lost track of. Hello there. Seem to be lost. Engine 63, this is good enough for a gate. Trunk is actually really good. I want to leave it running for a little bit because the battery, the donor battery that's in it, actually needs a bit of charging. I'm not 100% sure why it needs charging. Because it was completely full when we brought it here. And now it's not, and it didn't get that much use. I guess the game disagrees with that assertion. But this is where it's going to go. It's going to block this hole that we made. That's going to reduce flanking efforts. Later on, it's going to be the gate for... We're going to open this up, and it's going to be the gate for this. Let it never be known that or let it never be claimed that I do not make stupid fucking mistakes. Take an injury? No, she's alright. That just injured my pride and the windshield. I'm gonna make a gate bag out of this garbage bag because we should have everything we need for one. Except for the hinges. We are unhinged right now. More so than normal. One of the assholes I saw yesterday. Hello, asshole from yesterday. Three and four. So this is exactly where we'll build it. So as soon as we get some hinges, that'll be up and ready to go for when we're just ready to open this area up more. We won't have to delete the entire barricade. the engine gave out. That's no good. If the engine was a little higher quality, then I would have, wait a minute, is that going down? Hang on. I wonder if the engine condition really does affect battery charging. It is. This thing was at least 40% earlier. So it's quite literally not charging, it's just draining the battery. Oh, no, hang on. Okay, it is charging the battery. I don't know why the battery was going down, though, beyond that. I can't explain it. But, that's okay. This thing has its purpose. And, it's about ready to fill it. Just need to get on this side of the fence first. Should have parked on the other side. Too late. That should completely block me. Yep, look at that. I used walk 2, and our character cannot path this way. Mission success. Yeah, that's what it's feeling like, Richard. That is what it's feeling like. Even though I just looked at the battery and it looked like it was going up. I still can't explain the rest of this behavior of the battery. So, perhaps... Hello. Oh, we can see it in action now. What's the matter? Can't get to me? Sucks to be you, doesn't it? Dork. And if we want to, like if we just want to go over there on foot, that's where we slide across the seats. So we are, we're pretty much prepped for yeah, we're pretty much prepped to continue. Look at that, skeletons. We got skeletons. I am so vindicated that I started looting last night. I am 200% vindicated right now. It's making me want to loot some more. But, no, we got daylight. We got daylight. We're going to proceed. Maybe tonight I'll come back here and loot a little more. But, for now, we, don't park the Corvette here. I think we're done with the, this particular one here. We're done with this guy. We can get this guy out of the way a little farther. He was, this was sort of a stopgap measure. No longer relevant. Still got a path to drive on there. Let me make sure that this ghillie suit guy, he didn't have a gun bag, did he? No. Just a ghillie suit full of holes. I ain't got no need for that. Can't fix them. Oh, wait a minute. There's another gun bag right there. I'm glad I started thinking about that. So, got another ghillie suit asshole with 3 boxes of 762. Thanks, pal. Thanks, Pally. Thanks, Mr. Kendall Barnett. Mr. I sniped a bunch of civilians. I will not thank him for his service, even if it may have been necessary. Because I know what these ghillie suit guys did. I know what they did. And I'm not even going to be like, I'm not going to get on my high horse and say they shouldn't have done it. In fact, I might even say they should have done it harder. But at the end of the day, they were killing humans, not zombies. And that is, yeah, I'm not going to celebrate that. I'm not, when it comes to warfare, in this case against people who were most likely infected. That's what the charitable interpretation is of the ghillie suit guys, is that they were the frogmen. The frogmen here were sniping high confidence early converts that were still alive but experiencing symptoms. In which case, I mean, they were just saving them. They're giving a quick way out. They were doing a public service, but we don't know that because there is no confirmation. So we should be armed to the teeth here. You know what? My sword is at 2/3. Let's get a new one. We have so many swords that I'm getting a new one. I literally it's not too wasteful because I mean I'm dropping it on the ground right here. So if I need it, if I need to use it, yeah, it's right there. Machete is still perfectly fine. All right, fresh sword acquired. What is that right there? I'm seeing something on the ground right here. Doesn't... So many of them here. I forgot just how many I managed to lure all the way out here. There's something, it looks like there's something rectangular on the ground, and I don't know what it is. Hey, intact military boots. I'm glad I looked over here. Thank you, Sergeant Bo, or Sergeant Vo, rather. Thank you for that. Jeez Louise. It almost feels like there's more here than in the other pile. There it is. There it is. Okay, it was just a comm radio. Oh, this was the ghillie guy with the comm radio. So, a frog man with a radio instead of a, I guess every team needs one. He must have been the spotter instead of the sniper. You see, I told myself I was going to move up, and I genuinely want to. But then I started, you know, I get distracted. It happens. What do we got? 3 on our side. Keep an eye on my 6 here. The building to the left. They like to go in there for some reason. Oh, where's my shotgun? It needs to be on my back. I have no idea how many multi-kills that was, but I don't hear any more Zed sounds. I love it when they group up. Sometimes. Alright, so a few coming down from the north here. I'm not feeling bold enough to go in here. Not yet. But we're getting to that point. We're getting closer. Once we take care of our congregation here. The left, I don't know if I'll ever use that, the sandbag here. There's too many trees. Too many trees, too much opportunity for them to just be standing in the trees and pop right out as soon as I flip over that sand. I'm not doing it. Hell no. Why can't everybody be like this young lady here? He knows exactly how to get to me. Like a good sport. Like a proper zombie. Guess not everybody has their brains intact. This isn't a bad job for the evening. Just kind of hanging out here and clinking anybody who... I'm still not used to that sound. That actually made my heart skip a beat. Fucking sound of the zombie flipping over the sandbag. That's another new one. At least 2 left, and then 3, 4, 5 coming around north. See, if there was a way I could have 2 back weapons right now, this is the niche where I would love to have 2 back weapons. I would love to be able to have both a shotgun and a rifle right now, because I can, even if the rifle didn't have a scope, just something that can do medium range right now. But the only weapon that I can have that is not a back slot weapon that can do medium range is a 44 Magnum. We do not have the ammo for that right now. Starting to get stressed from the dudes to the north. Where are they all? Oh, they're that guy right there, okay. We are now stressed, like, into oblivion. It's fucking thumping. It's untenable. There's not big enough groups for the multi-kill. So we might want to fall back and read something. That coming? Oh, from all the way back there. This normally would seem like a waste of shotgun shells to single target these guys, but the stress reduction effect is actually important at this point. Definitely is not a wasted shot if it reduces my stress. So these assholes up here, stuck on this fucking fence for no good reason at all. I would love to just be able to pull out my MSR 788 and plink them right now. But, no can do. Can only have 1 back slot. And I do not have the backpack space to be carrying around an MSR 7. I could do the drop and pick up shit. Actually, that's not a bad idea right now. That's not a bad idea at all. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I'm gonna go get it. Should just park the ambulance up there so I can seat swipe. I need to check my 6. Because, I get the sinking suspicion that there are some who came around behind us. And I don't even know why. I just need to check. Something was making my hair stand on end. And I think it was just somebody who I saw on this side. Like, not on my side, but on the other side of this fence. Yeah, this asshole up here. He's on the other side, but he's gonna make his way around eventually. So... he, she, it. Can eat half of this 50 roast because we got pretty hungry there. Now, unfortunately, after my brilliant idea, we actually don't have daylight anymore. That's alright, I suppose. What I'm going to do is I'm going to harvest the scope, the ×2 scope from my Magnum, because I don't have the ammo, I can't shoot the Magnum right now. But I'm going to steal the scope from it, and use the scope, the 2x scope from the Magnum on my MSR 788, turn it into a intermediate range weapon. Yeah, we should have enough ammo too. We've got almost 100 shots. Okay, so the combat flow is when I need to plink a target who is slapping a fence from an inconvenient range. Instead of resorting to shotgun, we go grab the rifle up off the ground there. That's all we gotta do, theoretically. Let's see how that plays out. More than I was expecting on this side. That's the joy of having fallen back after making a lot of noise. A lot of those assholes who I was worried about before have now wandered onto this side since they lost track of me. The simple act of going back and getting a solution to the fence thumper problem has caused some of the problem to resolve itself. Sometimes things just work out. But now it is time for my solution. That's not bad. I kind of like this thing with the 2x. we got a twitcher, boys. We got a twitcher. It's a twitcher. It's a twitcher. Twitchers are not just haha funny things. They're another thing that will cause panic if I see them. All right, I'm gonna do something here. I'm gonna do something cautious. Cautious, but is gonna be necessary eventually. Got a Fed here with walkie-talkie. There's electrical parts and batteries. You can convert this flood lamp to a battery lamp. Help us out in the combat zone here. coming. Gotcha. And that is not all. There is actually a generator over there. Other things we could do with that generator, but it is relevant to my interests at the moment. If I can swing it, I will grab it and leave it out here somewhere, where I can more easily collect it later. Now, actually, something I noticed, I didn't even point it out when I noticed it. We've got another ghillie suit asshole here, with a gun case on him, probably an NSR 788. What does this one have? This one has an 8 times. So, we now have, our main one here has a 2 times, and then there's an 8 times. We actually saw a different one with a 4 times. I probably would prefer a 4 times for shooting at night at moderate distances here. But that's alright, I'm not that picky. I'll just take the ammo directly, and, pull the scope off. And then I'm going to leave the bag on the ground. We'll pick it up later. It will probably have room for... Yeah, the bag itself will have room for another MSR 788 if we happen upon one. Put it somewhere nice and conspicuous here. Hey! Zed had caffeine pills on them. Nice find. Now, any corpses this far up are not yet at risk of decomposing any time within the next day or two. But as I am now tired, I don't want to be going too far away from known uninvested territory. Let's just call this Phase 1 decontaminated territory. It's far from safe, but it is far nicer than the rest of this place. We got a bunch of free medical beds right here. But for now, I am more interested in the flood lamps and the generator, which we can take both. Just gotta make sure we don't get touched while we're carrying it. Generator doesn't care what your inventory is when you pick it up. You can limit break if you're picking up a generator. So we quite literally can carry both. The thought has occurred to me to use this thing as a sniping tower, but we're actually pretty far out of range of most targets at the moment. And when we start getting big masked targets again, we will never be able to snipe fast enough to get masked targets out of the way. So really, at the end of the day, that tower is probably just going to be used to... we can use it to help verify whether this area is clear or not. That is probably a very useful tool for it. I see another generator, actually. I know I said that I was not gonna, sneak into the other side. But if I have a tangible target and a quick task, perhaps my risk-taking behavioral tendencies will overcome. And make no mistake, this is very risky. I need hinges. I'm currently unhinged. I need a total of 4. I'm not going to push my luck too much on this side of the fence, but I am going to grab at least these two. There are other places we can get the rest. You hear that? She is definitely tired of my shit right now. And I understand completely. This particular red generator, I don't know if I ever even recovered it on Annie. Annie came out of here with 4, if I remember, before we got to the next phase. Yeah, I can definitely hear them whispering. They are definitely whispering. But we're good for tonight. It's close enough to bedtime. We're out of here. There is no reason not to... I don't care. I don't care. I was going to say I don't need to have the rifle, I don't think, but it's my only fully equipped 8 times right now. I'm not leaving it on the floor. This trailer does not need to be up here right now. Somebody just belch at me. I don't see anybody. So we can drop this off back at base, at least extract some of the bulk stuff we don't need. The iron pipe collection will probably stay, because I cannot foresee all the circumstances where I may want another... I would kill her if I did not have my hands massively full. My hands are way too full right now. I cannot anticipate too many other scenarios where we'll need a gate right now, but maybe in the future. Just because I have pre-assembled gate bags doesn't mean I'm going to completely ignore local resources. We have a lot of burned wrecks right here, might as well use them. There will be plenty of times in the future where we don't have a lot of burned wrecks right next to us. If I had a battery charger here... I always have a battery charger. What the hell am I saying? Of course, I carry around one all the time. Right? I did the thing. I did the thing. I said I was going to forget about it, and then I did. Well, Nostradamus over here. I put it on the ground, I used it a little too long, and I forgot to put it back in my fucking ambulance. Of course I did. It just means I have 2 battery chargers back at my main base when I should only have 1 back there. In any case... Armor is coming off. so that we can actually sleep in peace. So some of the stress can be dealt with using these magazines we picked up off the zombies. That is one of many reasons to do a little bit of loot scrolling. Yeah, that means I'm going to go back to... I'm going back to main base. I need a couple more heavy-duty vehicle battery charges. That would be useful. So this is a MSR 788 that's already got a an X4 on it. And that is prurient to my interests, to what I was talking about before. What I'm going to do is we're going to take that with us. And I'm going to steal the recoil pad and ammo straps from my other long-distance rifle. My other long-distance rifle is the MSR 700, which shoots... it shoots 556, which I do not have a lot of right now. In fact, I don't have any 556 on me right now. That's not the active long-range caliber I'm using. So I will... it's okay to steal the attachments from it. Garbage bag gets the memorabilia. Electrical stuff goes with the electrical stuff. At this point, books I've already read can get their own bin, because there's just that much of it. Caffeine pills can go in the first aid kit. Once again, we're going to do the thing. No, we're not. This one is in great condition. The other one will stand by and be used for repairs later. Put that on this side. That's basically the separation. On the right side, it's guns that are more or less good to go. Left side is guns we will sacrifice for repairs. Spare 4X and 8X over here. $27 steel sheets and 39 small steel sheets. That was a mistake to load all of those up. A few, yes. All... Fuck no. Wow, there's no chance of me ever using all of those. It would feel wrong to use even half of those on field defenses. I should have foreseen that particular aspect. These military boots. We're washing those specifically because they're going to be part of laundry infrastructure later on, so they can go in this bag along with the coveralls. Just going to put my armor away for now. It's just weighing me down. Can pack another box of 38 special from all the... We've found so many loose magnums. The smaller, what used to be an M36. We found so many of those. So yeah, this shelf right here, that's all the books we've had to read just to get rid of our stress. We've been doing that more often than a long time. So we do still have one spare hinge right here. But otherwise, I do think we are... Yeah, we're out of spare hinges here. And I'm pretty sure I already cleaned out what we had here. At least I think. But in any case, it's already close enough to bedtime that I'm not too worried about that. That can just go back in here. 3 out of 4. Now, before I go to bed, I really want to charge this battery. Would have preferred to do that before going to bed the first time. So I do think I'm going to run back down the street to main base, because that's where my battery charger is. I'm going to need to bring that with me. We're also going to bring with us extra 8x scopes here. What's going on with that? There's a 2 and a 4. So this 8x, actually this is mine. This needs to go in. Just put that in the rifle bag. Okay, so we now have ammo straps, recoil pad. We're going to slap those on the other MSR 788. So we now have a long-range MSR 788 and a short-range. We have a moderate range and a very short range. Yeah. There's an 8x scope in the bag to make a long range again. Cool, okay. Everything else reconstituted, ready to finish this roast. So tomorrow morning we will cook. No, we won't. We've already got food here. So we're going to be late for bed, but it's going to go to a good purpose. find 50 of them on the side of the road there, I'm going to be truly disappointed. I probably will. I'm ready to be disappointed. Alright. Here's one of the 2 battery chargers. We only currently need 1, so slap the heavy-duty vehicle battery that needs it on the charger, fire it up, take the other one, put it back where it's supposed to be. On my passenger seat. I'm sure there's another hinge here somewhere. Seeing as I'm not 100% sure how many we have up ahead, if any. Well, if they're not over here, then perhaps... Perhaps we'll just get one. Easy peasy. I have an idea. I wish I had this idea sooner. The satchel. We have a satchel somewhere. We're gonna find that. Not our standard satchel. That's more for, like, you know, operations where I'm gonna be running around looting stuff, as well as other standard. What we're gonna be doing is establishing a bag dedicated specifically to long-range shooting. Should have done this a long time ago. Not this one, because this one is sort of like a weapon swap bag. Yeah. There's a spare battery charger on the floor right there. I brought that with me because I knew I would be needing another. So now I can deploy it at a useful place. That'll be the forward location. What else was I looking for? Nothing particularly. I just wanted to put this away. Yeah. Oh, this right here. This is a spare. Will not be able to fit all of those ammo boxes, and that's okay. It is okay. We will put away the rest. In fact, we've gotten enough spare 762 boxes that we can make another carton and still have plenty to spare. Yeah, so this is now a designated MSR 788 satchel. And I picked up this extra shemagh because I would like to have 2 shemaghs. One for the face, one for the neck. Even though I don't always need it, that is a sleeping arrangement right there. That will, if I have something over my face, in addition to the hood, that is actually warm enough. I've done that before on Annie. That would actually be warm enough that I could sleep outdoors in sub-zero temperature and not even get uncomfortable. Actually pretty based. But to make it 100% useful, I would like to sew a leather strip onto it. For that, I need leather strips, needle, sewing kits, which we've got in our Ford kit here. Did I not put the needle back? Massive skill issue. I should have put the needle back here. Three Zeds, that's it. What was the, that's a wacky scenario right there. Don't die to 3 Zeds. Oh, those fucking things. That tracks, unfortunately. I hate how much that tracks, because it does track. So now we have 2 shemaghs. Thought 1 was enough, now we have 2. Actually, the one we just found is a different pattern. I didn't realize this. They're 2 different... So one of them, this is, the one we had so far was blue and white. This one is black and white. So the one we just found is better. A better match, rather. So the face scarf is now kind of relegated to be in the same position as the hoodie. I like it. We actually match about 5% better now than we did before. I like it a lot. We're just going to go back. So we need to grab the battery anyway. Charged, as it should have been a long time ago. That generator has not been actively used. Just for shits and giggles, I'm going to take one of these gate bags. Maybe 2. Except I can't. Okay, there we go. food stuff awaiting us back at the forward position. Should not need them for a minute, so I'll put the gate bags back in the trailer here, along with other welding supplies. Squirtala, we're off. I should have left the car battery charger back there, but whatever. It's not like I had anything to charge actively at the moment. I may, if I find any heavy-duty batteries on the floor here that are above 50% condition, then I'll slap a charge on them. Yeah, that's shit. That's shit. That's a little bit. Come on, give me a... okay. You know what? It's better than nothing. It'll get something moving. And we need something to move, so we'll fall back, we'll deploy the charger we brought with us and get that up and running. Also have Karen over here. Or Ken, whoever the fuck it is. Ken or Karen. Yeah, it's Karen. Over here. Making a nuisance for yourself. So we deploy the battery charger here and just leave it charge for a little while, come back maybe tonight, pick it up, and it will be charged by then. And now, it is time to start moving up. I don't know when we're gonna hit the next big group. Don't know yet. We will find out. There may be random spawn patterns at play here. Alright, we're going to move up. Thoughts on Arc Raiders? Not tried it. I'm not interested in PvP games right now. I did think the, like, just, you know, from what I know about it, isn't that the one that was 3v3, or am I thinking of the wrong one? If I'm also, if I'm not mistaken, it's the one that that's the one that involved looting, but not keeping what you looted. I don't remember if the looting experience, if that was. I hear about a lot of new games, and it goes in one ear and out the other because I don't do new games. There's a reason I'm playing a 13-year-old game right now, and that is new games are shit, generally speaking. Shit until proven otherwise. That's my approach right now. I am very happy to see if there's a game that's not shit, but that's going to be a threshold they have to clear. That cold pack should go in the bomb kit here. Proximity chat, people get... yeah, right, so it's one of those looters, one of my buddies managed to convince me to try, oh fuck, what was it called? Void Crew? I had some criticisms of that game, but it was what really killed me on it was the starting over as a feature. Not a, starting over, if you lose everything makes sense, but starting over after you win everything, the fuck? What the fuck is the point of that? I understand some aspects of it, like, believe me, I understand the appeal of building up from nothing. If I were to lose a character in Zomboid here, I would be happy to start over, because there is an interesting thrill to the early game just as much as late game. All that being said, I would not want to be doing the early game grind every time I booted up the fucking game. Ever. I don't understand the appeal of that. But, I'm an old man. I'm in my 30s now. The new stuff is starting to seem like shit. And that happens to everybody. So, my opinion on that is not going to be very relevant to people who are not in a similar position. I should not have dropped my rifle bag already. We should keep the rifle bag with us until we go weapons free. Yeah, we're right, roguelite. That's the word I was thinking of. Couldn't even have told you if I was using the word right. But yeah, that... And I guess it depends on the... I suppose it depends on the game, right? Void Crew, with all the upgrades to your ships and shit, that does not feel like something that I'm interested in doing over and over and over and over and over again. Right? But I could see maybe some other niche games where that would be kind of interesting. Back in my day, when you looted something, you fucking kept it. I'm not. There were plenty of games back in my day where you didn't even loot anything. So I can't even talk too much shit. Let's pull out the X4 and see what we can do with this. We are moving up. A fair chunk of the immediate area will have already come to join the party. But the further up we get towards this next set of gates, the busier it will get. Yeah, no, that's 100%. That doesn't mean anything anymore. AAA is still capable of doing something great. I feel like they may be slightly less likely to do something great because corporatization has been a serious problem. Everybody's doing the same goddamn thing. And, yeah, that's a serious problem. But, small three-man teams are perfectly capable of having making all the same mistakes. Alright, let's see what that brings down on us. We have a couple of decent opportunities here to plink people as they flip over sandbags. Oh, look at that. Okay, yeah, we found the zombies, boys. We found the zombies. Yeah. We're actually going to fall back now because that is a certified lot. That is a certified lot of zombies. And we're not going to be needing the rifles anymore. They shoot way too slow. You know what? I'm sick of the combat music not kicking in properly. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up my playlist. Because, I don't care what the game has to say about it. We're gonna be in serious combat for a minute here. So... we're going to turn the game's music off. And we are going to fire up my custom mix of my six most favorite soundtracks from this game. And we're going to get started. What's up, losers? Rose Street OG's coming through to take over the sector. Now, actually, this particular causeway right here, I do not care if it gets cluttered with corpses, because we have another side of this road. We have a whole other side of this road to work with. Head must be on a swivel at all times, though. We have not cleared the other sides, and it won't be. We won't be able to for a while. One incoming from the left. One from the right. Ahead of that now. Far. Triple kill. Okay, I may have said what I said earlier about not needing rifles. That may have been slightly preemptive. It is because we've actually cleared out the fast shamblers already. A little bit of plinking is not off the menu. 762 is back on the menu, boys. One incoming to the south. Starting to get untenable with the stress. Yep, we're dead. We're dead in the water. I hate this fucking stress mechanic. I hate it so goddamn much. I don't have the fucking words to describe how much I hate this fucking bullshit. Can't, even with multi-kills with the shotgun, I can't keep up with it. There's just too many of these fucking morons clapping their goddamn heads against the fucking fence. For fuck's sake. And now I can't shoot anymore. It's getting really tiresome. Can I point blank them? Can I point fucking blank them? Yeah, I can still point blank them. I don't know why I'm bitching about that. I can still point blank them. It's just tedious and I hate it. I hate being at stress level 10 Or stress level, stress tier 4, whatever the fuck. Five rounds, current mag. I might as well just pissed him into the wind. I can't even point blank somebody on the fucking floor. I don't know why I bother. I don't know why I bother. What the fuck are beta blockers gonna do? Beta blockers are for panic. What is reducing panic going to do for me right now? There are no medications in this game that reduce stress. If there were, I would have 10 fucking bottles of them on me right now. I'm sorry, I don't mean to take it out on you guys. It's not your fault. This is bullshit, and there's literally nothing that any of us can do about it. I have already tried firebombing through the fence. It doesn't work. It works on other fences, not these. Last time we tried that, we just got a bunch of shit set on fire that we didn't want to get set on fire. So this is my life right now. Missing shots almost point blank. That's my life right now. Is this the Indy Stone's grand plan to keep spears relevant? Because that's the only thing I'm missing from this equation. Right, if I had some spears and I had leveled, if I had gone through all of the effort to level up spears, to level whatever the fuck, sure, I could spend 1 second per swing and get a chance at killing a zombie through the fucking fences. But this shit right here is fucking absurd. Actually, literally fucking absurd. I have nothing good to say about this. The more I do this, the more it feels intentional. But, I don't know. I know the Indy Stone doesn't play their own fucking game. I need to remember that. The people who are deciding, whoever it is that goes through and changes all these fences and adds the is thumpable equals true fence or flag to every single one of these fence tiles, they don't fucking play this game. They don't fucking play this game. They wouldn't have enough time in the day to play this fucking game. At most, they'll fire up debug mode for 10 minutes, test something, and then go back to writing the Java slop. Sorry, I'm really mad. I shouldn't be talking shit. I'm mad. That's all. It's not just my girl that's at the breaking point right now. I, too, am at the breaking point right now. I don't care about the number of zombies. There could be 50 times as many zombies right now. I wouldn't be upset about that. It's the fact that I can't fucking fight them all at once. We just gotta have 3/4 of them slapping a fucking fence the whole time. Sorry, I know, I've bitched it up about it. I don't want to just be yelling into the mic here. Not good for me. Not good for you. Not good for anybody. Get impatient. Just gonna lead to more ammo being wasted. 8 rounds, current mag. Impatience is another part of the problem here. There are things I could be doing to get these assholes off of the fence. Stress levels keep you fresh on a fight. That's one way of looking at it, sure. I don't even know exactly what that means, but I'm not going to agree or disagree with that statement. I'm just gonna smile and nod. There's a small possibility if I stand in here, I can actually eat a bite of my roasting piece here. Yeah, I didn't get sick, or I didn't get any bad stench. Okay, so we've actually got a... Okay. I'm seeing a tactic here. So when they start massing up on the fence and slapping the fucking fence, we play peekaboo. Remember when... Okay, anybody who's ever watched my 7 Days to Die content, remember when I just started saying that storms mean we should go AFK for a minute? Maybe I should just do the same with fence slappers. I mean, really? If I go AFK for a second here, I'm not actually going to go AFK in combat, but still. This is going around a corner and line of sighting them. Literally fucking playing peekaboo. That gets them to stop slapping the fence. I can't believe we've resorted to this. You know the best part about this spot right here? This is, we're in fire territory here. I might burst into flame for no reason. I don't think I will, but, I used a firebomb in this area as a proof of concept to see if it worked, and it didn't work. And now, I'm stuck wondering if the fire glitch is going to come back. Because every time we enter this area, we still see... We still see lovely, lovely, embers. There's the depression. They are now switching weapons 25% slower. I think that may affect reloads, I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, this is what happens when you're stressed. Suddenly we're sluggish switching weapons. And then she heroically ran away to go read a book. Because that was seriously the best option to her at the time. I'm not even fucking kidding you guys. We're literally just backing up and we're just gonna fucking read a book now. Because now, it's not just the stress. Now we are objectively being fucked with on a more fundamental level. I can no longer just not shoot. Now I can't switch weapons at the same speed that I expect to. Problem solved for the next 30 seconds, perhaps. Popping up some ammo. Alright, here we go. Oh yeah. Cool. Hopefully you enjoy it. I'm not usually this dour. You guys are witnessing right now the confluence of about 6 or 7 different things about this game that I really can't fucking stand right now. And the military checkpoints, it's a perfect storm of all of them. The targeting system accidentally hitting vehicles. Zombies slapping fences and causing stress. Zombies hiding behind vehicles and ambushing me. Stress making the aim worse. Zombies getting stuck on fences for no foreseeable reason whatsoever. Whatever. It's just all coming together. It's coming together, boys. It's coming together now. On over. fatigue. I'm prepared for that. I am literally prepared for that. We have coffees on standby, untrimmed coffees, just a half is all we had there. That's all we need to keep us going until bedtime. South one. Flip on over that sandbag for me. There's a good Zed. Thank you for participating. You are in the top 5%. The military definitely could have constructed this place a lot better. Don't let the quiet appear for you. All we did was pull a fraction of what's up ahead. And we can very easily pull more than that. Unpredictable where they're going to flip over these sandbags, if they do at all. I would prefer that they do, but I can't rely on it. That guy could have gone all the way around. It would be well within zombie behavioral principles. Melt time. This is what we should be doing with a 9mm. But normally, every time we've busted it out in the past couple of minutes, we have not been able to do that because of stress. Faster I can kill them before we get to this fucking fence. If I can kill them before we get to the fence. I swear, this game has literally inverted the concept of fences. They are now danger, not safety, in my mind. Maybe that was the intent all along. Make this place even more dangerous. Get on up. We're probably going to have to abandon our efforts to keep them off the fences. Fuck. I heard a rat just die, and I'm not even sure why. Perhaps it got hit by buckshot. Okay, I think we got this. Now that we've lost daylight, I'm going to fall back briefly and I'm going to swap rifles. This is why we have multiple. I'm not the only one using a 788 right now. Speed magnificent bastards. When I have a 2-time scope, if I'm not mistaken, I can use my flashlight as a rangefinder. Okay, got a big enough group. Back to shotgun. Something on my left? No, we're clear. Just my senses playing tricks on me. See, this is tenable mostly because we wiped out a lot of the fast shamblers before they got here. So that feels good. If I can replicate that, great. Great, we found a tactic. The Raven Guard had it right all along. Attack, fall back, attack again. Okay. Rifle time. We actually managed to make my soundtrack loop. It just looped, it's a 22-minute track and just looped back to the beginning. The seamless loop. So I could make it into one of those 10-hour tracks. I might do that on my main channel. That's actually something I was thinking about doing. If anybody is not familiar, this is technically not my main channel. Now this Ginfidel here, this is the only channel that I have built up myself from the ground up. My main channel, got 80,000 subs, but those aren't really my subs, if you think about it, right? I have a single viral video, just a single viral video that happened to get like almost well over 100 million views at this point. So the people who sub to me, they don't actually know who the fuck I am. I'm that guy who made that one remix, that's it. So they're not really my subs, they're Klaus Pedelt subs. I have literally more subs than the guy who did the original sound of the Pirates of the Caribbean. Fucking wild when I think about it. I shouldn't. I don't understand why I am the first result on YouTube if you search, he's a pirate, Pirates of the Caribbean. I don't know why I'm the top result. It's just an extended soundtrack version of that. Whatever. I'll never not find that weird. But I bring that up because that's all I did on my main channel. I would make extended soundtracks. And, yeah. I thought about branching off into gaming content, and I did do a subscriber poll. A chunk of my subscribers, a pretty big chunk actually, would be okay with gaming content, so... But I have also kind of decided that it would only be really well-edited stuff, right? So the low-effort stuff that I do on this channel, no. On my main channel, it would be well-edited stuff. Supercuts, compilations, that kind of stuff. Maybe even journey summaries of all the stuff we're doing here. To give you guys an idea of how slow of a learner I am, my buddy Panaka, who was one of the guys who got me into this game, he understood the problem that I've described about back slots. He understood that problem within his first, like, 20 hours of playing the game. And he recommended a mod for our B41 server at the time. He recommended a mod called, I actually don't even remember what it was called. I just remember it's a mod that swaps whatever is in your hands with your back with a slot, right? So what that would mean is anytime I wanted to switch from rifle to shotgun, I could just pull out the shotgun, and the girl would automatically take the rifle off, put the rifle on the back slot, and put the shotgun in my hands. Basically what I'm doing right here manually. What I'm doing here manually, my homie proposed a mod to do automatically within his first 20 hours. I only understood the value of this, like, recently-ish. Probably about 1,200 hours in was when I could say that I truly would appreciate it. So, let it never be assumed that I am a fast learner. Ever. I've got good memory, that's about it. It takes me forever to learn things to the point of what I would consider proficiency. We're not able to one-shot any of those guys. Fence is really fucking with us. What else is new, am I right? Fence is not the only thing. The trees starting to fuck with me too. I stress again. But I need to not be on this side of the fence. That will just make the problem 100 times worse. I need to give them a direct incentive to not be going towards the fence. And I can only do that from this side. Can't everybody be like these guys? I'm starting to feel like I'm playing Heroes and Generals again. I'm starting to feel it. Using bolt action constantly. Yeah, I'm feeling it, boys. I'm feeling it. But we got to fall back now. Fatigue just hit. It's 2,200 hours, and I just ran out of 762. So, very productive day. Very productive day. We've learned a somewhat decent tactic that we can use. I will just go ahead and leave the... We can just leave the rifle bag. That's fine. We're going to need to go get... Whoa, remember what I was saying about the fire? What's going on there, boys? I set this fire... I used a remote bomb right here 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Alright, whatever. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Don't use fire. It's even more dangerous. It's about 100 times more dangerous than it used to be. And the most terrifying part about that is I have to step in this spot over here in order to get out of here. I wouldn't be surprised if I burst into fucking flames right now. It's happened already. It's happened once already. Alright, we're out of here. Maybe our girl is just fucking traumatized about the burn she got. Canonically, she only received one small burn to the hand. But yeah, that was my mix I enjoy it a lot. Hopefully it's not too awful. There are a few of those transitions that I feel I probably could have done a little better. But I lack... I don't necessarily know if I had the ear for it. I used to be afraid I was tone deaf back in the day. Like, back when I was in high school, and one of my buddies handed me it was an acoustic guitar. I started fucking around with it. I had no, like, idea what I was doing. I just started fucking around with it a little bit, and he started trying to tell me about different notes, and I was like, I don't really hear the difference, what? And that actually kind of, like, made me assume I was tone deaf. On a whim, really. I never interrogated that further. But somebody who's tone deaf cannot make the soundtrack extensions that I'm doing. You have to be able to hear things clearly. So I'm not tone deaf, but I don't know. I definitely lack a formal education in music. I've got plans for that. I do want to actually buy a couple of used instruments at some point and pick up a book on music theory and just learn what I can learn. And then I actually do have a buddy who is pretty good with piano and can play a lot of pretty high-tempo songs on piano. And so I do hope that he will be interested in helping me learn at some point, because I do really actually want to try making music someday. Emphasis on try. So we can take off the respirator. We never put our armor back on today, so that's okay. It is actually better to not have my heavy armor on if I'm going to be doing attack, fall back, attack again. It doesn't look like we're going to get too cold tonight. If we were going to get cold, it would be below 40 right now. It's already 2300, so I think we're good. So we're past Christmas. We're almost hitting New Year's. That actually might be a good ending point for today. It is a Friday, so I don't have too many obligations right now. I could go a little longer, and I think I will, because I think we can make some good progress today. That sets me up perfectly for Saturday. Saturday and Sunday, obviously, on YouTube that's your biggest numbers. So I can setting up for a Saturday stream where I beachhead into Louisville. That feels great. That does feel great. I think this week has gone well for us on the meta, as it were. So now that we have a charged heavy duty that is a little bit less than stellar, we're going to roll up real quick and stick this in the D6. There is a D6 that I'm using as a gate vehicle. And out there is also a van that I could use as a gate vehicle. It would be nothing stopping me. Except for the fact that I don't have another battery for it. At least not one that I would be willing to leave in it. So I'll consider my courses of action for that. For now, the D6 is this bad boy up here. Blocking the zombies from flanking me from this direction, like a true Chad. So now I can freely open and close this door as I see fit. It is a little. You know what? Speaking of, I'm gonna bust out the barricades on both sides, make it easier to traverse. And I'm gonna use the sledgehammer. I'm gonna use my What's going on, Indy Stone? What's going on here? Is it safe to go over that? Is it safe? I think it's safe. I don't know. I've confirmed that it would probably take about 10 minutes if we caught fire for no reason to open up debug mode, turn off God mode, fix my fitness stat because your fitness stat breaks every time you turn on debug mode and turn on God mode. That would probably take about 10 minutes. Do I really want to waste 10 minutes of my life for bursting into fire for no reason? I don't. I really don't. So it's not like I'm like deadly afraid of it. If I catch on fire, then I just close the game, turn on debug mode, turn on God mode, turn it back off. I shouldn't have to do any of that. I don't know what they changed about fire, but it wasn't tested very well. I guess we're the testers, right? If we're the testers, why don't they listen to my bug reports? Anyway. At least that way I can now... We'll probably just move it forward. That's probably better. Now that I've cleared some stuff out of the ambulance, I do have room to put the sledgehammer away into the trunk here. So we ended up shooting all of our 762. I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of that now. This great last task I can do before I have to go back and go to sleep. We will open like 3 boxes, carry those. And then we will put whatever remaining boxes will fit into our satchel. What the fuck did you say to me? Bug busters. I wouldn't even want to hum the theme for Ghostbusters right now. ST Black ST, he's a guy who does Gmod videos, really good Gmod videos, like some of the best shit on YouTube. And he he made a couple of fuck. Stand by just a moment. I don't take kindly to people knocking on my door for no reason. I absolutely despise uninvited visitors. I don't live in that kind of neighborhood where you just knock on people's door for no reason. No, you don't fucking do that here. Anyway, I'm back. It sounds like I'm not a very good neighbor. Yes, you're 100% correct. I don't live in a high-trust community right now. Anybody who would assume otherwise is probably deluding themselves. So I made a silly mistake. I was supposed to drop off ammo, and then I put it in the wrong container. Actually, I have no idea where it went. The misclick. It just went straight back into the fucking... Okay. Right back into the trunk. Oops. I won't let this night be a total wash. I will go and collect one of those, there's a couple of Zeds with, desert backpacks. Vividly remember plinking one up here. Probably landed on his face, or on his ass rather. Or maybe I was thinking of the wrong fence. Yeah, here's one. Lloyd Short, thank you for your backpack. Okay, hang on just a moment. Now, I'm a paranoid soul, truth be told. It's half of the reason I'm still alive in this game. But tell me something in chat. Tell me this, folks. You live on the 3rd floor of an apartment complex in not a very high-trust place, you know. Other people get burglarized, all this dumb shit happens. Somebody you don't know comes knocking on your door. You don't answer, because I don't fucking talk to these people. 2 minutes later, you start hearing somebody pulling out a stepladder and putting it on the side of the building. It's fucking sus. I don't care. I don't fucking care what anyone says. That's fucking sus. But I checked. It's just maintenance. They're just going on the roof to do, probably check the integrity after the snow recently. Did kind of freak me out, though. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, because, maybe somebody thought I wasn't home and thought they were scot-free for something. I will never apologize for being paranoid. Anyway. Past our bedtime, we'll get out of here. I'm sorry, I'm not Hassan Piker. I will not park you in front of a chair for 10 hours. I'm pretty sure that's just a meme. I don't think he actually does that. But even I, who do not watch streamers, am parlay to that particular meme. What kind of movie set are they building? I don't know. We had a lot of snowfall recently, and it was the kind of snow that took a while to melt. And this apartment complex, like every other modern residential structure in the United States, is built out of fucking timber. So, of course, any responsible maintenance crew would want to check the integrity of the roof after an unintended large amount of weight was sitting on it for several weeks straight. Yeah, sure, that is a reasonable thing to do. The person that was putting up the ladder, they weren't actually going... they weren't like putting it up to reach my back porch specifically, but they were positioning it right next to it. So that was not entirely unprompted. It's not like I just heard a ladder. It was right to the right of me, like the fucking sound that I heard, because my window, which is right next to where they're right next to the where they're putting it up. Anyway. Respirator removed. Now, hearing footsteps on the when you're in the top floor unit always sucks, but at least I know what's going on now. Anybody ever seen Emesis Blue? I could have swore I saw somebody going past my window, Doc. It was somebody was just probably walking by. Doc, it was a third floor window. Sus. Emesis Blue is a great fucking film. I highly recommend it. It's free on YouTube, by the way. That is the spelling. Go watch it if you haven't. It's fucking fantastic. If you haven't seen it, I don't know what you're watching my stream for. It's fucking amazing. It's basically it's one of those. It is a like a SFM style film, but it's one of those things where like Source filmmaker actually lives up to its title 100%. It's better than most Hollywood movies coming out these days. And they actually did a pretty good job showing us some alternate universe versions of the TF2 characters. Oh, we were supposed to pick up breakfast. Oops. I don't care if I know who it is. It's fucking, it susses me out hearing people like walk around on my roof, trip, drop stuff, and pick shit up. Hey, I was never meant to live not on the top floor, but of anything. A little too far this direction. Even back when I lived at home, for the last like 2 years, 2.5 years, something like that. The last 2.5 years I lived with my parents. I lived in the basement, standard living in the parents' basement arrangement. Actually, no, it was 2, 3, 4. It was actually about 5 years. Everything after 2013 really started running together in my brain. But every time somebody would just walk around upstairs, it would set me off a little bit. I never really understood. I didn't truly comprehend or have the self-awareness to realize how sensitive I was to unexpected noises until I was like in my 30s there. I don't understand why it took me that long to figure that out. But I am absolutely one of those guys. One may even call it the tism. Could be. I never got tested. I'm happier not knowing, to be honest. So we have no need to go back and pick up the 2x rifle, the 2x scope, because that is for night shooting. The 4x here should be perfectly fine. If we need to shoot anything closer, then we need to switch tactics anyway. have none of that today. Thank you very much. As you guys can see, there is still plenty of work to do here. We are almost aiming level 9. And then we'll just get a little bit better at killing in one shot instead of multiple. Who is all the way? Oh, the way. Gotcha. If I hear the sound of somebody screaming, I'm not going to go outside. It sounds like the guy on the roof just tripped on something, stumbled. I don't know. That's not true. I actually I probably go outside. There's a different cadence to the screams of people who have actually been injured, and the screams of people who are having a domestic dispute. Which, yeah, it's that kind of neighborhood. I do not engage with the latter. Okay, we are back in the stress zone here. There is absolutely nothing I can do about the... Well, immediately there's nothing I can do about the fuckwits up here getting stuck on the fence. I'm starting to understand why my character is so stressed just from the sound of zombies slapping fences. Yeah, I'm starting to understand it better right now. I'm starting to understand it just a little better. You see, when you expect to hear a noise, it starts to fade into your subconscious a little bit. If you're not expecting to hear a noise, it can start pissing you off real fast. Speaking of getting pissed off, yeah, she's now stressed. See how long that lasts. I see what's going on up there. There's like a little trap. There's a little zombie trap up there. fuck off. Yeah, we're at the breaking point now. I don't know why I picked this up. I don't know why I picked this up. Look at that crosshair. Look at that. I can't shoot right now. Just like that. I was up there for 3.5 seconds, and I'm now at the breaking point of stress. I think I'm gonna call it after today, folks. I'm getting to my limit. I'm getting to my limit here. I can only take so many fence-based slappers against the fucking fence bullshit. I've got my limits. Oh, now they want to come. Okay. We are still at stage 2 stress. I don't know why I fucking picked it up. But if I do that takes the edge off a little bit. Okay, hang on a second. Here we go. There's a lot of them here, but we should be able to nuke these guys in orbit, relatively speaking. All you fucking had to do was go around the goddamn corner. That's all you had to do, and we're out of shotgun shells. They can't even make it around a fucking corner. This game was not ready for making every fence in the game thumpable. It was not. It's bullshit. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh my god. The phantom clicks are starting to get to me, too. Just falling back. That's all we gotta do. Back a little bit. Get a few multi-kills. It'll level itself out. If anybody's ever lived downstairs from somebody else, probably somebody you know too, and you've made too much noise, and in order to get you to stop making noise, the people who live upstairs start stomping the floor, just making dump 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 as a way to let you know that you're making noise. Maybe tell you to shut the fuck up. That's what it sounds like right now with the guy on the roof, and it's actually triggering something deep in my brain. I can't even shoot this bitch right here. I literally can't even fucking shoot her because she's halfway in the tree. Still, we're down to stage 2, so that wasn't the worst thing in the world. We might be over the worst we are out of 762. Falling back again. Did my shotgun actually... No, my patrol revolver is worn now. I don't think that affects the damage. I could be wrong, though. If I had a spare, I would probably whip it out. So we're falling back. We're going to reload some 762, and then I'm also going to read a book. I think that's worth it. Maybe I'll see if I can smoke something and take the edge off. Let's try a cigarette real quick. If this takes the edge off and gets me out of agitated, then we can tolerate that. No. I think people who are not smokers, who don't have the smoker trait, I think they get reduced, like, less stress reduction from smoking. I think that's the case. I should be carrying around some cigarillos, because I actually have some over here. Cigarillos are much better than cigarettes. Can confirm from experience. Although I do cigars, IRL. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? So not only did that not take us out of agitated, so barely even fucking worth it, it also didn't... Okay. Okay. Yeah. Now we're suddenly in sickness stage 1. From a cigarette and a fucking cigarillo. Okay, we're reading a book. We're reading a book, folks. And now we're just chilling. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. No, it's not my respirator filters are fine. It's not the respirator filters. I thought for a second maybe the half-mask respirator filters were gone, and that was the reason I was sick. That would make sense. That would absolutely make sense, but no, we're sick because fuck you, that's why. Don't try to smoke, apparently. Fuck, that's stupid. Sickness should be a lot slower to build up. Okay, you know what? Again, I hate to dignify this shit. I really do. I hate to dignify this. It's true. It's true. You actually, if you get a really bad, cigar, it actually will make you sick. Pro tip: don't let your cigars ever catch moisture. It ruins the flavor, ruins everything. Keep them dry. Keep them very dry. Alright, the noodle's gone. Let's see if we can get a little bit more done here. I do not have a replacement. I do not have a replacement revolver on me right now. The nearest one is probably back at main base for the area. Yeah, okay. Our shotgun has taken some serious hits. Tonight we will repair it. Yeah, tonight we will repair it. It has not been repaired yet. Yeah. So it'll take well to a first repair. We are good on... Let's open another 357 and then... Yeah, let's do 2 more boxes of 12 gauge. We are going through 12 gauge a lot. We're getting good use out of it, but we're going through a lot. We will need to go back to the ammo van and get another box of 12 gauge. There's a small possibility we don't have another box of 12 gauge. Boxes of 12 gauge are the heaviest ammo now. So I only took, sorry, box, I'm talking carton of 12 gauge. There's a possibility I only actually brought 2.5 cartons, which is getting close to what we've expended. So, yeah. Flashlight battery is actually about to go, so I'll get ahead of that now. All right, back to it. I don't think there ever was any loot in these crates here. I think these are literally just a bunch of empty crates, but I don't actually remember. Okay, they might as well be empty if that's all they're gonna have. How was my day today? We had a few rough moments, but it was nothing... It was not like the constant thrum that we had yesterday. We've had ups and downs. We had a good Christmas day. Christmas passed. It is now December 29th, 1994. We had a good Christmas in the meantime. You mind, dude? I'm trying to put these away. Alright, whatever. Feel like that. Yeah, literally, like, these might as well be fucking empty. Okay, a couple of batteries that are, yeah, I'll take those. Yeah, I'm not even gonna fucking bother with the rest. I am about 89.75% sure that these foot lockers are gonna be empty. It's because only if there is a very specific loot table will you ever find anything in one of these foot lockers. Ironically, this particular area, a military area, sometimes is where you may find something in one of those foot lockers. Like inside the tents, we may find something in a foot locker in a tent, maybe. But outside the tent, nope. Probably, I don't suspect too much, anything special. Maybe we'll do lights again. But I don't have any, like, strong plans. We're not at the point where I'm collecting radios yet. I'm mostly just going back here looking for stragglers. Interesting. I don't know if I've ever seen zombies on that side of the fence before. Oh, fuck off. Forcing me to pull out the gun. This is gonna throw off my... There's gonna be people coming from the north now. And I would prefer that they not come from the north. There should not be zombies back there. There really shouldn't. Like, there's no reason for zombies to be there. Less than no reason. Oh, come the fuck on. This tiny little strip of land. This game is really getting me today. Not as much as yesterday. Wanted any stone? Is this what you wanted? I don't think this is what they wanted. I think they didn't think. I think they just said, yeah, let's just make the fences attackable. We'll figure the rest out later. Maybe maybe things will get a little better now that they have a design director. Something they didn't have for the first 13 years, really. They had a design director, just one of the two guys. Well, would you look at that? I'm at stress 100 again. What a shock. Truly, truly shocked right now. What did you say to me? I'm in a bad day, motherfucker. I don't care that I don't have to kill him. It's personal at this point. I see somebody slapping the fence. I take it personally. I can't not. It's the holding area back here. Of course, this is where all the trees are going to grow. I suppose that's because this is where there was plenty of fertilizer. Don't know why I have a gun in my hand. Fuck you. Snarl. Don't snarl. Bring your bitch ass out here. looking for books. The game would be so kind. I don't think it will be. Oh, plenty of radios. That's nice. Imagine if there was something to listen to on the radio. Oh, books. Hell yes. We are now, because we sweat so much from wearing the hoodie. Now, because we sweat so much from wearing the hoodie, we are stage 2 wet from sweat. We could literally get sick from our own sweat at this point. Welcome to Project Zomboid. Now this is interesting. These radios don't light up. Base.hamradio2. It is not a radio that I can pick up. And right-clicking on it does nothing. Fascinating. Useless. Absolutely fucking unicorns. There's another red generator. I will absolutely steal that, put it in the stack. But priorities, we need to get rid of this stress before it causes problems. We did find 2 hardcovers. I'll resort to one of those if I must, but only if we start seeing sadness creep up. If we don't see sadness, we're going to keep moving on. Fatigue, right on time. I do not feel like stopping just yet. This may be the last day that I'm at it for today. Maybe, I'm not 100%. But I am going to go ahead and have this coffee. Put them somewhere nice and conspicuous. We will be driving back and forth through here many times once we actually get the place sorted out. And therefore, we will have opportunities to pick things up. Did I just... No, I didn't. Now, the further we go up in this direction, the more likely we are to run into people. That was one of the reasons I went ahead and decided to drink a cup of coffee, because I do expect to see the occasional straggler up here. Made a billion decibels of noise. That is not going to be enough, though. Entire backpack is somehow full. One on there. Oh, sledgehammer, right. And MSR 780. I don't think I need either of those right now. We can drop those off by the roadside. Just weighing us down right now. Of course, she's tired. I don't blame her. still didn't get us out of stage 2 stress. Must be the butter bar bunker here. We actually had one of those at my summer camp. All the guys had to live together in literally on top of each other. Bunch of really shitty bunk beds. The gals got their own little trailers. That in your pipe and smoke it. You know what? Let's just give her a bath. That actually will get rid of some unhappiness right there. So if we did have some unhappiness creeping up, that'll get ahead of it. So we've got bunks over here, looted and trashed, so I don't have high expectations. However, the tents with the bunks in them, that is inside the tents with the bunks in them. That's where you actually want to check the chests. I could be wrong. I think the chests... I can't remember if I've ever seen a firearm in the chest. Lockers, yes. Chests, I don't know. Nothing there. It is looted and trashed, so curb your enthusiasm. We are now deep in Zed territory, though. So I'm actually probably going to start sneaky sneak. Just because I don't hear them does not mean that they're not right around the corner. There's an officer jacket on the floor right there. I don't know what condition. Full of holes, useless. Officer jackets are actually not bad for extremely cold weather. If I was in weather that was like colder than I've ever seen in the game before, we have options for that. Like we have never been this cold. But if I needed to deal with cold even more than anything I've already got, we could fire up a officer jacket, because I've never had to do that. And I mean, you know, military shirts, these things, regular military shirts. This is a significantly higher insulation than my scrubs. In fact, I picked the scrubs because they're low insulation. So we have many, many, many options still, despite the fact that we're already overheating in our current kit. In the dead middle of winter, by the way. It's yeah, it tracks. Once again, I hate saying it. I hate justifying shit game mechanics. I really do. But I have to, because yeah, if you're going for realism, technically that's realistic. As somebody who is a fan of winter sports, I went snowboarding with a leather trench and a place that was nowhere near as cold as Snowshoe. I don't even remember which one it was. Seven Springs, maybe. But yeah, I was dressed for Snowshoe, but I went to Seven Springs. Not even close. I was overheating immediately. Well, why are my glasses still fogging up? Goes over and spends a bunch of money on that cat shit that you're supposed to put on your goggles. Does nothing. And it was just because I was overheating. I didn't even really consider that. I was overheating because I was way overdressed. But it is what it is. Yeah, Ah, look at that. Something actually slightly useful. Box of 9mm rounds. 2 boxes of 9mm rounds. Ah, there it is. An intact officer jacket. So yeah, this, like I said, this is what you wear if you want the protection of a military jacket, but the insulation of something even stronger than a military jacket. Shut up. I heard my CPU fan spin right after that gunshot happened. I like to imagine that's because there are actually still hundreds of zombies up there, and they all had to react to the meta event at once, and that made my CPU fans go nuts. No idea. No idea if that actually is the case. I think we can do one more loot run before we peace out. Now that we have a bag to put things into. Clear my own bag out a little bit. I don't know why I'm carrying around these cigarettes. They're basically fucking useless. All I will say about this is that it's a good thing we can't gain the smoker trait. So we got... There's actually still several big tents up there. Truth be told, I don't really need much of what we're going to find in there. Like, that one spare military officer jacket is probably, like, the last useful thing that I could find in these these bunk tents. And yet, for some reason, Wait a minute, this is the one we've already hit, isn't it? Yes. And this is the one in the far corner. Yeah, okay. Yep, we already cleared this one. We did not clear this one. I would have recognized that. There's one last tent. This one is too close. This one is way too close to the action area. I'm not even going to bother going inside of it. I think I just heard somebody flip through. Yeah, somebody's just flipped through. We're out of here. I'm not interested in engaging any further. We just got tired again, and it's our bedtime in less than an hour. Good progress, though. When I was on Annie, we never actually cleared any of the tents. Not that there was that much incentive to ever clear the tents, and at this point, if you're taking the military or you're taking the checkpoints, and you don't already have military equipment that is non-weapon related, I don't know what you're doing with your life. You're going to Louisville a little early for my taste, if that's the case. I know some people don't mind, but if I'm going to be doing a checkpoint like this early game, it's going to be Brandenburg or it's not happening. Maybe that's just because I'm a coward. I embrace that title. I am going to bring the rifle bag forward instead of bringing that stuff back with me. So next time we come up here, we will have the rifle bag with us, and it will be going forward. Ah, funny. Lol. Been a long day. She's going straight to sleep. Swapping out the books we've read for the books we haven't read. We've had to read a lot of books. There's my flag, my trophy for taking the military checkpoint, or at least the part of it here. I have an idea. This is something relevant that I could do here. We are going to get one of those many duffel bags we got. I'm going to establish a duffel bag called Duffel Bag Stress. This is a duffel bag for everything that I need to carry around to manage stress. I shouldn't need this. I shouldn't fucking need this. I didn't take any traits that give me stress. I specifically avoided those. Too bad. Guess I can't get away with that. It's also where I'm going to put the coffee for now. Stress/fatigue. That'll help get shit cleaned up back here. Not needing to scroll through my ambulance to find something is that's a feat in and of itself. Okay, I'm gonna call it today. We'll do New Year's Eve next time. Yeah, it'll be New Year's Eve. So right now it's December 30th, 1994. Next time we engage, we'll start out, it'll be, New Year's Eve and then New Year's Day. We'll have some fun, we'll, celebrate maybe with some explosives of some kind, perhaps. We are going back to main base at the moment to drop off this garbage bag of memorabilia-related things. The rest of this can stay for now. Yes. 5 p.m. on a Friday and you send your contractors up to do roof work, really? But, I have opinions about that. Not even, like, not that doesn't bother me as much, but, like, I would hate to be that contractor who had to 5 p.m. on a Friday to finish a job. Friday afternoon, or Friday evenings, I'd prefer to be doing something else if I was a contractor. That kind of a contractor, I suppose. I am a contractor, but not the kind who has to roll up his sleeves for work. Come on. Oh, there's a... Right. No, you can't become a smoker. You can smoke cigarettes. It doesn't work, as I've been finding out firsthand, it doesn't work very well for stress management. I'm guessing people who are not smokers just don't get much out of it. It's not how realism works, but this is the kind of realism that is not very helpful to the player. So, of course, that's the kind of realism we'll be doing. Absolutely, 100%. A little bit late getting to bed, but got everything I wanted to do accomplished here. Tomorrow, when we get started, we will be taking care of the generators here first, among other things. Smelling correction fluid. I don't know, it seems pretty weak. That's all I'm going to really say about that. It seems pretty weak. Does not remove enough stress to... I mean, if we're not, like, really close to being done with the stress, or the current stage of the noodle, yeah, it doesn't seem like it's ready. So this is the last 12 gauge in this particular van. As it kind of expected, because there's no van in the game right now except for my Plonky Mobile, which is my refrigerated truck. That is the only one that can actually carry around all the shotgun that I have. The cartons of stuff we're not actively using. 38 Special, 44 Magnum. And I mean, real shit, we don't need these 9x19mm right now. Those go back in here for now. Actually, not far away from another, yeah, 3 more boxes and we got another carton of that. Driver and passenger seat, what did I do? 357. There's another 12 gauge. Okay. We're moving that to the trunk so I at least know it's there. Okay, looking good back here. Basically nothing left back here that I regularly use except the shotgun. Where's the ambulance at? The ambulance can afford another shotgun carton. Yeah. Sure, okay. So we're gonna actually crack this one open. We're gonna crack it open and 4 boxes go with us. The remaining go into the ambulance. And then, last but not least, this one, I believe it'll still have... Yeah, this one still has some 762 and 2. Holy shit, this one still has... So this is actually the... This is the trailer that should have been moving up with me as I progressed. Better late than never. Better late than never. To remind myself that I need to do that next time, we're going to park the ambulance in front of that trailer. So basically what I should have done is brought that trailer with me. That is the trailer that I should have left just basically at the checkpoint. So that when I exhaust a carton of 12 gauge, I just go over to the trailer and pick up another one. That will help me remember. Okay. So, second sleep is a go. And that is it for today, folks. We've done good things here. Very good things here. And it is now morning, which is how I like to end my streams. Weather is not bad. That's great. That's great. We'll have a strong start next time. Okay, folks. Nora shall bid us farewell. And always take screenshots of your bases as they evolve, even though not too much has changed back here. And last thing we always do here is back up our save. So I'm going to quit the desktop and go to our Zomboid folder here. And saves, Apocalypse. Here's the most recent one. That's our save. Control-C, copy that whole folder. Doesn't really matter where you put this. I choose to put it a couple folders back in the backups folder here. This is part 50 of our journey through Build 42. Control-V, paste that whole folder. And we are up to 1.27 gigabytes across 500,000 files. Alright, folks. I shall get you guys in the next one. Have a good Friday night. Peace out.